the October 8th Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education to order. I guess I'll lead us in the pledge. So if we can all stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-2920, which temporarily suspends provisions of the Brown Act relating to public meetings. As such, the Folsom Cordova Unified District Board members will be conducting open session board meetings via Zoom video teleconferencing. The meetings will also be live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The public's health and well-being are the top priority for the Board of Trustees of Folsom Cordova Unified School District. You are urged to take all appropriate health safety precautions. Public comment is encouraged and can be done in writing during the virtual board meeting using the raised hand feature. Speakers who wish to make public comments to the board in Spanish or Russian will have their comments translated in English. Now, we want our community to know that we do not condone racial slurs, hate language, verbal bullying, or slanderous language. Participants will be muted upon entry into the virtual meeting, and only those who have been called upon to speak will be unmuted by our staff moderators. Should comments be made that are to be determined to be inappropriate, we will mute the speaker. Written comments were accepted until 3:30 p.m. today. These comments were emailed to the board prior to the board meeting for review and will not be read out loud during the meeting. At the direction of the board, the superintendent will call roll, acknowledging board members have received all electronic comments submitted by 3 p.m. today as it pertains to today's meeting. Superintendent, please call roll.
Board President Clark.
Here.
Board Member Short.
Here.
Board Member Reed.
Here.
Board Member Hoover.
Here.
Board Member Ranking.
Here.
Student Member Galan.
Here.
All are accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Reporting out closed session, Superintendent.
Yes, the board did take action. They unanimously approved a settlement agreement for employee number 613170 to be paid through October 2020.
Thank you. Adoption of agenda.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Hoover.
I'll second.
By Mr. Reed. Superintendent.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Student Member Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Public participation. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law provides action by the board on non-agenda items. Do we have any public participation?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
All right, proceed.
The first is Chase.
Good evening,
Chase,
Chase.
Chase, can you try unmuting yourself, please?
Is that better?
Yes, can you speak up a little?
Yeah, so I'm
There we
not
go.
Chase. Chase is my son. My name is Amy Nguyen. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So let's go over a couple of things. So my son is in special education, and right now is being offered to him does not meet the safeguard in regarding to FAPE. I have a very big problem about this. Okay, are you listening? Are you still here? Yeah. I
Yes, we
am
can hear you. Please proceed.
Thanks. I am working as hard as I can to proceed and work together with the district to collaborate and make my son's education and development in the best way that we can. With his teacher, with his OT, with his PT, all that stuff, and his speech therapy. You guys are not meeting the requirement that is required for him, okay? And that is unacceptable. So you need to change what you have to change to make that happen. There's no way that you expect him to get a Chromebook with like a paper of how to log in and sign in by himself. There's no way that's going to happen. Okay. I spend the time, which is totally fine. I do it. But you are expecting a child that is not in special needs, and you are expecting him to do the things that you are requiring him to do. And if he does not do what you're requiring, it is negatively affecting him, blowing his self-esteem because he can't do what you're saying he needs to do. Unacceptable. You're not meeting the needs that he needs. Okay, done. I will move forward with what I need to do.
Thank you. Looking at that, it looks like we had some hands raised for public participation.
Yes, sir.
All right, please understand that we are discussing items that are not on the agenda. Who do we have?
Next, we have Sheila.
Sheila, good evening.
Sheila, can you try and mute it? There you go. Are you there? We'll get back to you, Sheila. Next, we have Michelle.
Michelle, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. I just had a quick question. I don't know if I should speak now or later. I am a special education teacher, and should I address this now or should I address it a little bit later?
I think we need to discuss that now.
Perfect. I will go ahead. All right, good evening. I'm a special education teacher in the district. After the board voted to have special education return, I had many questions and concerns regarding safety and logistics of that happening. I would like the board to be aware of answers I received prior to considering the return of all students. First, it should be made clear that cohorts will not be 16 individuals. At my school alone, an average of 50 students from 4 different special education classes will be mixed together on several buses for up to 1.5 hours before and after school. Some of the most immunocompromised students receive special education services. If the district plans to blatantly dismiss the cohorts within our most vulnerable population, I would encourage the board to seek explicit and direct answers to how cohorts will be maintained in general education students' return. Second, families within special education will likely have to choose between their students returning to in-person learning or students attending their general education classes. For students within general education, this likely means that students will have to choose between specific programs, activities, and classes. While every family will need to make hard decisions about their child's education, it is my opinion that families should have explicit, clear, and full communication from the district prior to making their decision about returning to in-person learning or not, something that special education staff and families did not receive. Third, it has been incredibly difficult to teach my students maintaining 6 feet distance. I imagine many teachers are feeling the same, as proximity is a widely accepted and efficient tool used in the classroom. I would encourage the board to consider the frustration that students and teachers will experience when student behaviors disrupt and potentially endanger others in the classroom. Fourth, the district will not be installing plexiglass into special education classrooms. There are the many phone calls being made to parents as we ask them to pick up their children again and again. I encourage the board to listen to teachers in our school district.
Thank you, Michelle. And I will actually ask the superintendent to reach out to you and address those issues with you personally. Who do we have next?
Next, we're gonna try Sheila again.
All right.
Sheila, are you there?
Sheila? Sheila, you with us? Did we lose her?
No, her mic is on. We'll come back to her again. We'll try again. Next, we have Jeanette.
Jeanette, good evening.
Jeanette, can you try unmuting yourself?
Hi,
There
good
you
morning,
go.
everybody. I'm not exactly, or good evening, I should say. I'm not exactly sure whether I should talk to about this now or later. So I looked at your agenda and I couldn't find it. Should I talk about hybrid, going back to hybrid now, or should I talk about that at a later time?
That would be later, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we have Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, good evening.
Are you there? We'll try her again in a minute. Let's go with Jen.
Jen, good evening.
Good evening. I'm going to piggyback a little off what the teacher said in regards to special education and returning. In the last board meeting, it was voted that teachers could have flexibility in their schedule to accommodate students' various class schedules. I heard this might not happen. I just want to say that if special ed students are denied access to their gen ed classroom and curriculum, the district will be in violation of students' IEPs and IDEA law. Students should not have to make a choice when they have smart, hardworking, and creative teachers that are willing to individualize schedules to meet the needs of their students. I'm also not sure if it's a school-specific policy or district-wide that when on campus, the special ed teachers and students have to remain in their classrooms the whole time with the door open. Does it not make sense when appropriate to designate outside areas, weather permitting, for each cohort to use when working one-on-one or small groups with the students and paras? Wouldn't it be medically safer to lessen the chance of contracting and spreading COVID to allow outside instruction than remaining together in a classroom the entire time, especially for a group of students that statistically are more medically fragile and unable to wear masks? Also, with the door being open, does that negatively impact the effectiveness of the new filters? Will the ventilation run continuously to ensure proper air exchange rates? Are there any additional safety members considered for the special ed population? Also, for some classes to leave the door open, that creates many safety. And I just wanted to verify if it's correct that the only PPE provided to the school staff are going to be masks and gloves. If so, I encourage all parents to reach out to their teachers and ask if there are any supplies we can donate to make the transition safer for them and our children. Costco has some great glass face shield combos that might be helpful for added protection for those that.
Appreciate your comments, Jen. Thank you.
We're gonna try Cheyenne again.
All right.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear? Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Good evening, Cheyenne.
Good evening. Okay, so I'm a special education teacher, and the district has not been communicating with the union and the teachers before telling parents the reopening dates, pitting teachers against parents in a time when we do not need any more division or tension. The students in my class aren't legally required to wear masks until third grade and most likely be excused due to their disabilities. Consistency is crucial. Suffer and die. These students have a more difficult time than others with following rules like spacing 6 feet apart and wearing a mask correctly for 6 hours a day. That is too long of a day to be expected to wear a mask and be exposed indoors. The classroom is not large enough to have a 6-foot distance circumference with 16 people in a classroom. It is discrimination to put the special education population into a classroom for full days, 5 days a week, when it's not safe for the general education population. Many students in this population are high risk. COVID-19 infection rates in children have soared since the school reopenings, as well as the multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children. There is an alarming number of young adult teachers that have passed away from the virus. You do not have to have a pre-existing condition to die from it. It feels as though if you do not have an underlying condition that your life does not matter, and that is not true. Death is not only the consequence of COVID-19. You do not know how this virus will attack you or how your body will respond. Lengthy, expensive hospital stays, damage to your heart, lungs, brain function, inflammatory disorders, etc. People are infected back in spring are still suffering with a variety of life-altering complications. You could become high risk after having this virus, gaining a health condition. And that's all I have.
All right, appreciate your comment, Cheyenne. All right, any other public comments, public
No, Mr.
participation?
Clark.
All
No,
right,
Mr.
well,
Clark.
thank you. We'll move on to item number 8, reports of district organizations. Student Advisory Board.
Good evening, fellow board members. The Student Advisory Board had our first meeting on Tuesday, and we discussed distance learning and its impact on students. This was done through a listening circle where Dr. Kaligian and her cabinet members, as well as Ms. Ranking, were in attendance. Student Advisory Board representatives discussed the positives of distance learning so far, such as the ability to create our own schedules and have more independence. However, students shared that there is a mutual feeling of isolation due to the lack of socialization, which truly takes a toll on mental health and well-being. Students have also found it hard to manage their own time due to the heavy workload placed on students, thus causing there to be less of a distinction between personal time and work. The negative impact of screen time and its relation to physical health was also discussed. Overall, students are feeling tired, overworked, and stressed about balancing work, school, their social life, and even college applications. At SAB, we hope to find creative ways to combat these problems in the future, especially through our yearly project. The Student Advisory Board thanks Dr. Kaligian and her cabinet, as well as board member Ranking, for attending the meeting, and sends out an open invitation for staff and board members to attend our upcoming meetings. Overall, the Student Advisory Board wishes to continue to provide direct feedback from students as it relates to distance learning and its impact on students. Thank you.
Quick question, Board Member Gallant.
Yes.
When is the next advisory board meeting?
We have not set a date yet. It should be the first Tuesday of next month, but I will let you know for sure.
Okay, if you can send me a calendar invite, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yes.
California School Employees Association.
There we go. Good evening, board members and Dr. Kaligian. I'm proud and grateful to represent our extraordinary classified employees. If you have recently been out at our school sites or talked with our administrators, you know that we have stepped up to meet the challenges. As we bring back more and more staff and students to campus, health and safety concerns will increase. CSEA has reached out to Mr. Ogden about these concerns. He has committed to us that all reasonable safety measures will be taken. With that assurance, you can count on us, your classified employees, to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. The Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Kaligian. I'm also so grateful for our dedicated bargaining teams who worked until late last night to complete the MOU for one-on-one assessments. I applaud the efforts of both sides to prioritize the safety of our students and staff. We'll continue working together to ensure that all safety measures are put into place before students and staff return to campus. Many questions have been posed to me in the past week or so about the timing of returning to school. It's recently been suggested to me that we wait until January for all students to return to the classroom. I know Mrs. Ranking brought this idea up over the summer, and it could be a very sensible solution given what we have learned as our knowledge about the pandemic continues to evolve. I want to share some of the thoughts and questions that teachers have shared with me around this concept. One said, what is the point of middle schools returning 3 weeks prior to the end of the grading period for schools on semesters? Another stated, we're sending students back just before Thanksgiving. If they visit family, they risk bringing COVID to them, or even back to school after their visit. And in a similar vein, our family hasn't gone out to eat. We haven't had play dates or social gatherings. We haven't hugged or visited family. Has all of that been for nothing? And the one that really hit my heart. I have so much to give, and I love my students, but they will lose me if I'm forced to choose between my job and the health of my family. I know our district as a whole and our bargaining teams have made so much progress, but we do still have a ways to go. We can't afford to rush the process because the risks are just too great. Perhaps the idea of a January return is just the bridge we need to give the district time to acquire all the necessary air filters and plexiglass partitions, to establish clear cleaning procedures, and possibly even get the cleaning supplies that are needed. And this would also give our families and our teachers the gift of being able to be with their loved ones safely over the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening, President Clark, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Kaligian, esteemed colleagues. This is Elena Cabrera. I'm the past president of Folsom Cordova Leadership Association, and I have a couple highlights to share on behalf of our leaders in our district. So first of all, I'd like to say that our leaders are leading the work with our students, staff, and community. And of course, it does take everyone. Of course, our community, of course, our classified, and of course, our esteemed teachers and certificated ranks. We can't do without everybody joining together. I want to highlight the fact that there's 19 sites open to expanded care, student care, child care, whatever you want to label it. We have 19 sites that are offering the service to our students. And that takes our employees, including our leaders at the sites. From Larry Mahoney, principal at Navigator Elementary, the Navigator PTA recently purchased a mascot for the school. A survey went out asking for students to name the falcon. There will be a final vote with the top 5 names. Principal Mahoney also highlights a staff member at Navigator's weekly newsletter to maintain a connection between staff and families. From Laurie Powell, she's a principal at Riverview Elementary. Principal Powell started a program this year called Rockets on a Mission, with the message that we are all on a mission. School mascot is a rocket. So not being together is framed as an adventure and not a tragedy. And we're still connected with monthly meetings with Ground Control, Principal Powell, where they check in, share their ups and downs, launch a monthly theme with activities, assemblies, and projects to unite the school. In September, the school did One School, One Book, where they used a book, The One and Only Ivan, as their unifier. In October, the theme will be Celebrating Fall as a unifier. Principal Powell launches each month with grade level meetings, kind of like a pep rally. And from Terry Daniels, principal at Folsom Middle School, Folsom Middle School is working hard to keep connections with students and families while providing support from a distance. The leadership class and WEB or WEB students, where everyone belongs, are working hard on virtual activities for the students and staff to participate in while building and fostering relationships via the distance learning platform. Counselors are reaching out to students and families and running sessions with students through Zooms or Teams. The librarian is running a curbside book checkout that is going very well, and the number of students being checked out is growing daily. Many clubs are up and running virtually, including Club Live, Hands for Hope, Science Bowl, and the Art Club, just to name a few. The Challenge Success team made up of students, staff, and parents are planning SEL outreach in the community, and Dr. Daniels is holding virtual parent chats with the principal to keep open lines of communication between the school and home. One such chat is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Might be fun to mention that Dr. Terry Daniels recently completed her doctorate degree, and we may now call her Dr. Daniels. So thank you, and that's my report today.
Thank you. And you want to hang on for the District English Learner Advisory Committee?
I do, Mr. Clark, and we do not have a report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move to agenda item number 9, agenda consent.
I'll move it.
Moved by Ms. Ranking.
Second.
Second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Short,
Aye.
Board Member Reed,
Aye.
Board Member Hoover,
Aye.
Board Member Ranking,
Aye.
Student Member Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we're on to our discussion item for the evening, an update on School Resource Officers SRO Memorandum of Understanding Amendment with the City of Folsom and the County of Sacramento Sheriffs. Superintendent?
Yes, thank you. At our last board meeting on September 24th, we had a robust conversation about the agreement that was approved by the board back in June regarding some of the amendments to the contract going forward and revisiting that at future budget study sessions. I've asked Ms. Crawford to just give us a quick summary of what those amendments are before we bring those back to a future meeting. And then following Ms. Crawford's presentation, we'll have a presentation by the GenUp group that was requested by Mr. Clark at the last meeting. So with that, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you and good evening. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Koligian said, this is just a summary of the amendment request for the MOU from our last board meeting. There were requests for clarifying language on emergency situations and for sick leave days for our SROs. There was a request for identical language for both the Folsom Police Department and the Rancho Cordova Police Department, both MOUs. And then there was also a request for language clarity on the ability to increase or decrease the number of school resource officers. The final request was to further discuss ongoing budgets for the next school year, and we will address that at our board study session at our next meeting. Next slide. Since last board meeting, we have met with our cabinet team and we have made recommended updates based on requests from the board, and we have sent those proposed changes to our legal counsel for review. Our next steps will be to present those changes to our law enforcement partners and have a discussion on what that looks like in terms of the MOUs and moving forward. Once that is completed, we will bring the amended MOU back to the board. And as I said, the future fiscal impact of both MOUs will be addressed at our next board budget study session. And with that, I will turn it back to Dr. Koligian.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. We'll go ahead and move on to the presentation from GenUp, and we'll introduce Ria, who will, I think, kick us off on the presentation. Welcome, Ria.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for allowing us this space to discuss SROs, specifically to the board. And thank you to all the students, parents, and faculty in attendance. Today, we'd like to talk about what it means to address, remove, and reimagine campus safety. My name is Ria Shrivastava, and I'm a sophomore at Vista Del Lago High School.
Hi, y'all. My name is Blessings Norwood. I'm an alumna of Cordova High and currently attend Sacramento City College. I'm a pro-Black activist and current member of BSU, also known as Black Sacramento United, and a student advocate currently working in Rancho Cordova, and I use the pronouns she and her.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caroline Cochran. I'm a senior at Vista Del Lago High School. I'm a member of GenUp SUSC, and my pronouns are also she, her.
Hi, my name is Jordan Kaitapu. I'm a Cordova alumna, class of 2020, a local activist in the greater Sacramento area, founder of Back East SAC, and I use pronouns she, her.
And we also have Carissa. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Carissa Calvin with the Black Parallel School Board and Dignity in Schools Campaign, California. Thank you for having me.
And we can move to the next slide.
Okay, so again, I'm Carissa with the Black Parallel School Board and Dignity in Schools Campaign, California. I'll be providing data on Folsom Cordova Unified School District's school-related arrests and referrals to law enforcement. Could you please progress to the next slide? Thank you. The source of this data is the Office for Civil Rights Data Collection run out of the Department of Education, the 2015-2016 release. Every school had to report this information to the district, then the district submitted it to the Department of Education. This is the most recent data available. The methods for collecting the data were based on 2 measures. I think it's very important to note the measures. The first was referrals to law enforcement, defined as an action by which a student is reported to any law enforcement agency or official, including a school police unit, or an incident that occurs on school grounds during school-related events, or while taking school transportation, regardless of whether official action is taken. The second measure, school-related arrests, were defined as an arrest of a student for any activity conducted on school grounds during off-campus school activities, including while taking school transportation or due to a referral by any school official. So just to be clear, the arrest is a subset of the first measure. It's a school referral to law enforcement that ended in arrest. All of the data I'll be sharing with you today is publicly available at ocrdata.ed.gov. And also to just clarify the data collection and the numbers that you'll be seeing throughout this presentation, the rates reflected in the data were calculated by taking the number of referrals to law enforcement or school-related arrests and dividing by the total enrollment, followed by multiplying by 1,000. Therefore, these rates reflect the number of referrals to law enforcement or school-related arrests per 1,000 students. This data was developed by Tia Martinez. Will you please progress to the next slide? On this slide, we're going to look at the rates of law enforcement and school-related arrests in the district and compare them to the overall state rates. In Folsom Cordova Unified School District, there were 90 referrals to law enforcement in 2015-2016 school year. This is a rate of 4.5 referrals per 1,000 students. And as you can see, this is exactly the same as the statewide rate. But now let's look at the state-related arrests. There were 22 school-related arrests in Folsom Cordova in 2015-2016. Which may sound small, but it's a rate of 1.1 arrests per 1,000 students. This rate is far higher than the state rate of 0.55 arrests per 1,000 students. So it's very important to note that Folsom Cordova Unified School District's arrest rate is double that of the state. Can you please progress to the next slide? And Black students are overrepresented among students referred to law enforcement and students arrested. Black students represented 6% of the total student enrollment in Folsom Cordova Unified School District. However, they represented 36% of all students referred to law enforcement and 55% of all students arrested. So in other words, only 6% of all students enrolled in Folsom Cordova Unified School District are Black, while over half of those students are arrested at school. Over half of the students arrested at school are Black. Could you please progress to the next slide? Thank you so much. This slide shows the rates of referral to law enforcement by race of students. So in 2015-2016, Black students were referred to law enforcement at a rate of 26.7 per 1,000 students. Latino students were referred at a rate of 4.2 and white students at a rate of 3.3. Mind you, the state rate is 4.5. So this data shows Black students are 8 times more likely to be referred to law enforcement than white students in Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Please progress to the next slide. So the last slide shows this data, the rates of school-related arrests by race of students. In 2015-2016, Black students were arrested at a rate of nearly 10 per 1,000 students, while Latino students were arrested at a rate of 1 per 1,000 students, and whites were arrested at a rate of 0.4 per 1,000 students. And just remembering the state rate is 0.55. So according to this data, Black students are 25 times more likely to be arrested than white students in Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Thank you. And you can progress to the next slide.
Thank you for that, Carissa. And now I'd like to talk about the impact of SROs on children of immigrants. So research demonstrates that children's fear that a parent will be deported can lead to a heightened stress response, which is fight or flight mode, and post-traumatic stress syndrome. When a child is in fight or flight mode or experiencing symptoms of PTSD, the part of their brain responsible for higher thinking, which is their prefrontal cortex, shuts down, which makes learning difficult, if not impossible. 3/4 of undocumented parents reported that their child had experienced symptoms of PTSD, and 85% of the children themselves reported symptoms of PTSD. The presence of police, even if it's well-intended, can lead to heightened stress response that seriously interferes with the child's ability to process information and learn, leading to a decrease in academic achievement. Immigrant families and children do not distinguish between police officers and ICE agents, meaning that by placing police in elementary schools, the proposed program can unintentionally reduce attendance and hence lower average daily attendance rates, which leads to a decrease of funding for the entire district. And I'll pass it to Blessings.
Hi, so by definition, tokenism is the effort of including a token employee in a workforce, usually intended to create the impression of social inclusiveness and diversity. Employees are often hired to meet a racial quota or as a box to check off. The use of tokenism is propaganda aimed to fallaciously support an agenda that contributes to the erasure of Black feelings and experiences. This includes using propaganda photos or videos of a Black student and a school resource officer as a way to undermine the issues regarding police on campus. For example, handshakes, hugs, sporting events, and things like that. Simply requiring a token book on white fragility written by a white person cannot dismantle racial implicit bias. Tokenism is problematic because it dismisses the largest systemic issues that exist within oppressive institutions and deflects from the actual point of view of the Black student population. Tokenism also paints an inaccurate picture of the fellow officers used in such propaganda. These same officers used in media production and photo ops are the same officers that create a hostile environment when they are unintentionally invited into a safe space, for example, like the Black Student Union. Addressing students and staff with aggressive gestures of placing your hand on your gun while saying, if I was in the same position, I would have shot them, is a perfect example as to what really goes on behind closed doors when cameras are not rolling. If you can go to the next slide, please. This video will explain the school to prison pipeline, if you can play it.
The school to prison pipeline. It's a term that describes how American kids get pushed out of public schools and into the juvenile and criminal justice systems. Basically, harsh zero-tolerance policies in schools have led to more suspensions, expulsions, and even in-school arrests. Getting suspended or expelled means more time away from school, and it doesn't take an honor student to figure out that's bad news. In fact, expelled and suspended students are more likely to get held back a grade, end up in juvie, or just drop out altogether. And dropping out of high school makes you 3 times more likely to get arrested. Back in school, forget about hallway monitors. Students these days often have to deal with school police. Minor offenses that might have landed you in the principal's office back in the day can now actually lead to your arrest. Students of color and those with disabilities are disproportionately affected. Black students get expelled 3 times more than their white classmates, while a student with a disability is 2 times more likely to get an out-of-school suspension than everyone else. And it's not because these kids are just bad apples. The Justice Department found that Black students got harsher punishments than their white peers for doing the same things. So maybe it's time our education system got schooled?
Okay, to restate the video just shown, school to prison pipeline is an unrecognized system that systematically pushes minority students, mostly Black students, into the criminal justice system. Law enforcement are the main entities used to railroad these students because when students are deferred to them, they are given the power to handle the situation as if they are a juvenile delinquent. This does numerous damage to the students, such as having a tainted legal record, lack of knowledge from missing school, inability to pass classes, late graduation, or completely dropping out, increased levels of stress, depression, and anxiety, limited access to guidance, and constantly living in fear. The department in which the SROs come from have been known to intentionally terrorize and abuse their power within the same community students live in. On April 27, 2020, Officer Brian Fowle used excessive force to physically assault a 14-year-old FCUSD student on the basis of possessing a tobacco product. During this altercation, Fowle repeatedly punched the student and aggressively slammed his head into the corner of the concrete ground. If the student had not blocked some of these punches from the officer, these actions could have easily made his heart stop and result in a fatal outcome. There were no signs of threat, yet Yet Officer Fowl felt the need to abuse his power and manhandle a boy 1/3 of his size. These are the officers that patrol our communities, and it's irresponsible to have this knowledge and still allow them to patrol our campuses. I'd like to emphasize how this was not a single isolated incident and its impact was felt throughout the entire community. These incidents affect all students due to their inherent ability to relate to them. Their impact contributes to the innocence that's constantly stripped from Black youth. Students throughout the greater Sacramento, especially in FCUSD, live with the risk of experiencing such abusive altercations on and off the campus where police officers dwell. And now I'll go ahead and pass it back to Ria to speak about restorative justice and what it means here.
Thank you, Blessings. So it was said at the last board meeting that SRO shall utilize procedural and restorative justice. So I just wanted to clarify a little bit more about what that means. So restorative justice is defined via the Center for Justice and Reconciliation. By crime that causes harm, and justice should focus on repairing that harm. 2, the people most affected by the crime should be able to participate in its resolution. And 3, the responsibility of the government is to maintain order and of the community to build peace. And in this case, the government is our district. So strategies such as restorative justice are far more effective than criminalization at producing authentic accountability, in which offenders take responsibility for their actions. There is an emphasis on repairing the harm caused by the wrongdoing, and schools are made healthier and safer by addressing root causes of violence and disruptive behavior. In contrast, criminalization is frequently anti-ethical to accountability. It does not require that offenders take real responsibility for their actions and truly face the human impact of what they have done. It does not, in most cases, require them to repair the harm they have caused or build the skills necessary to avoid repeating the same behavior. Instead, it casts students out, typically provides little relief for the victims, and often increases the likelihood that the wrongdoer will reoffend. We'd also like to point out that no one is arguing that there should not be consequences for students' misconduct. There should be, but these consequences should not needlessly criminalize and harm students. And it must be recognized that the appropriate consequences for the overwhelming majority of student misconduct do not involve the police or the criminal justice system. And as such, the best person to repair harm are degree-holding psychologists, counselors, therapists, and administration, not SROs. The students do not need to be involved, the students should be involved in the resolution. Students do not correlate police with restorative justice, and as such, SROs cannot build peace, and they cannot practice restorative justice as the RCPD claims. Next slide, please. We also urge the district to address FCUSD's vast disproportionality in relation to graduation and suspension rates. According to FCUSD's California School Dashboard, 15.3% of FCUSD's Black population was suspended at least once in the 2019 to 2020 school year. We must address these disparities and understand how we as a district can provide these students with better resources and support. Next slide, please. Also, students with disabilities, Black students, English learners, Filipino students, Hispanic students, homeless students, students of 2 or more races, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students all have significantly less rates of graduation than their peers, which can be attributed to the school to prison pipeline and therefore the presence of SROs on our campus. And I will pass it to Jordan.
Thank you, Ria. Next slide, please. To continue to sit comfortably while fallacious rhetoric is spewed to defend the outdated and racist modus operandi in not only this school district, but the education system as a whole, is a privilege that only those not negatively impacted can hold. Meanwhile, our Black children are continuously put at a disadvantage for the sake of white comfort. In a few moments, we'll continue to discuss the steps we find necessary to discuss the disparities, to address the disparities in our district, remove the causes, and reimagine the medium to reach our goal, which is redundantly a safer FCUSD. The only reasonable response to this conversation should be direct action. We are calling for the removal of SROs from FCUSD campuses because it is the most equitable and responsible thing to do. Removing them is one step of many towards decolonizing our classrooms. SROs are more of a detriment than an asset to the student populace, and this is evident via the lower graduation rates and higher suspension rates and higher expulsion rates with SROs present. Taking into account that nonviolent offenses and potential mental and emotional health crises should be handled by mental health specialists and staff that practice restorative justice and rehabilitation. Numerous school districts took the affirming step towards bettering the conditions for their students by removing SROs from their school campuses. Sacramento City Unified is an example of such. Next slide, please. Safety for students and faculty is a priority. However, there is no evidence that school resource officers are actually a source of either security or safety. A Rutgers University professor who studies violence in educational settings explains, "We don't have any rigorous casual evidence that says armed guards reduce school shootings or school violence." In a study conducted by Texas State University's Alert Program, out of 25 school shootings, none ended by any armed personnel on campus returning fire. In 4 deadly shootings in 2018, including Parkland, Florida, an armed officer was present. Even if police were not to be parked on every school campus, local police departments still have the obligation to respond quickly and efficiently in case of emergency. With this information in mind, we ask that you reimagine school safety. What should that look like and how will the students benefit? Next slide, please. We propose a hall monitor program similar to one introduced by the Black Organizing Project in Oakland Unified School District. Following the removal of armed officers from our campuses, alumni and community members of Folsom Cordova would join forces with current campus security with the goal of fostering a stronger sense of community and overall safety in mind. This team will be trained to de-escalate tension on campuses via restorative justice practices, and it's important to allow alumni and community members who are already familiar with the students and campuses to continue to build and strengthen the relationships that exist on the campus. Next slide, please. Investing in our youth is a step towards prioritizing their well-being and overall success. There is a huge correlation between students' mental and emotional well-being to their performance academically. Knowing this, mental health resources should be prioritized now more than ever considering the pandemic and high-stress political climate. This is a crisis of equity, as Black youth are 20% more likely to experience mental illness during times where toxic stresses are higher, putting them and their educational career at risk. We hope that the district would better equip themselves to ultimately help the students that need it. Hiring more on-site nurses, on-site mental health specialists, including trauma relief specialists, constructive faculty trainings that are not performative, curriculum reform, special education funding, and supplies for socioeconomically challenged students. And now I'm going to pass it on to Caroline.
Thank you. And next slide, please. So as Jordan was saying, anti-racist behavior should be taught in our classrooms from the moment a child enters elementary school. If a student is old enough to experience racism, white students are old enough to learn about it. An important step towards dismantling racial bias is requiring a mandatory training for teachers and staff regarding, but not limited to, race, implicit bias, and cultural sensitivity. Training material should be curated by a select group of marginalized students, staff, community members, and advocates. Their aim should be to educate our teachers and staff about said issues so they can take what they learned and not only teach it in their classrooms, but also apply it. When discussing the decolonization of our classrooms, it's not enough to just acknowledge that inequity exists. Staff must be trained to be anti-racist in order to pass that behavior on to the students. This includes all staff, including FCSC's board and cabinet members as well. Furthermore, staff should be given paid time to discuss issues of race and equity, encouraging discussion on campus. This process should not be pushed to the back burner. It should be made a priority. Current related efforts, such as the Equity Leads, should also be advanced to be led by BIPOC voices. Next slide, please. We would also like to require all FCSC board members to pledge to reject campaign contributions from police unions and law enforcement as a stance against institutional racism. We've adopted this demand from Brown Issue's Alejandro Fisher's petition, Counselors Not Cops, Invest in Our Youth, Not Criminalize Them. As Jordan said earlier, investing in our youth is the best way to put them on a successful path towards their future. It is vital to ensure that the district and its employees, which nourish our most impressionable and resilient youth, stand on the right side of history, the side of the oppressed people in which the district services. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, you will see our two petitions that have been circling for a few months now. I believe they were circa around the beginning of May. On the left is a petition specifically pertaining to the removal of SROs from our campuses. That petition has gathered 633 signatures. On the right is our petition containing a comprehensive list of all 7 of our demands, most of which were included in the past few slides. This petition has gathered over 500 signatures. Together, over 1,100 community members have signed this petition in support of these changes. These petitions highlight the copious amount of community support we have behind us. We are not a small group. Next slide, please. Folsom Cordova Unified School District. The students are now calling on you to address, remove, and reimagine campus safety in order to create a safe and productive environment for Black students. In summary, we are calling on you to address FCSC's vast disproportionality in relation to graduation and suspension rates, remove SROs from FCSC campuses, reimagine campus safety by introducing a community hall monitor program, divest funds from the SRO contract and invest them into the students and their well-being, implement mandatory training for teachers and staff regarding but not limited to race, implicit bias, and cultural sensitivity, and last but not least, require all FCC board members to make a public pledge to reject campaign contributions against from police unions as a stance against institutional racism. As you've seen from our petitions, presentations, town hall meetings, social medias, protests, and more. There are over 1,000 community members calling on you to make this change. Next slide, please. For everyone observing, these are the links that you can go to view and take action steps to help support these changes demanded by the students. We thank you for giving us space to present and hope that we will soon see these changes implemented for the sake of every student. Thank you. And that'll be all.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Greatly appreciated. It is a discussion item. I wanted to afford the same opportunity to the public to speak on it as they did at the last board meeting. So I will allow up to 20 speakers at 2 minutes. That will give us 40 minutes of discussion and comments from the public. So with that being said, I'll look to see if there are any hands raised.
We have a couple, Mr. Clark.
Okay.
First, we have Sheila.
Yes, Sheila, good evening.
Sheila, are you there? She's having mic issues. We'll try again later.
We'll circle back to her, yes.
Yes. Next is Jen.
Hey, good evening. I just had a clarifying question on data collection. When you are taking data of each incident of suspension, expulsion, or referral, is each incident its own entity, or is there also data that would break it down into, say, if there's unfortunately one particularly troubled student that gets referred to any of those 10 times, is there data that shows that versus just 10 incidents? I think having that comparison would better clarify and give more detail to the data. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Next, we have Sheila, are you there? Okay, no. Let's go to Robin.
Robin, good evening.
Robin, are you there? Can you try unmuting yourself?
Can we try to unmute her?
I did it on my end. They need to do it on their end after I. There you go, Robin. Are you there?
Okay, here I am.
Yes.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Robin, and this is my 7th year working at Mills Middle School in the front office. And during those years, I have been extremely impressed with the professionalism, warmth, and conduct of our SROs, Officers Jacob, Officer Villanueva, and Officer Winkler. Having these officers on campus has been a positive experience for our students and staff because I have witnessed firsthand the way they care for our students, their friendly interactions with them, and their support for both students and staff. I will also say that during my 7 years in the front office, I've spoken to a lot of students, parents, and staff every single day. Not once have I ever heard anyone tell me or speak of any negative experiences with our SROs, nor have I personally witnessed anything negative. I can say with confidence that having our SROs on campus ensures that our students and staff are safe and cared for by officers who take the time to develop positive relationships with us. I cannot recommend strongly enough that the FCUSD board vote to keep our SROs in our school. Thank you for our time.
Thank you.
Next, we have screen name iPhone.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Micah. I'm a parent of 2 students that graduated from Cordova High this year, as well as 2 current students that attend Mills Middle School. Definitely want to weigh in on SROs being on campus. I can honestly say that from both sides of the fence, so to speak, I personally have seen SROs doing things that have been very much questionable with students. In particular, Hispanic students as well as Black students on campus as well as off campus. And I feel as though, yes, the children need to be safe on school campuses. That's a guarantee when you have the proper staff and admin doing their jobs. However, with everything that's been going on with the pandemic, with the social issues that students face, whether it be homelessness, whatever else is going on in the households that we have no idea what's going on. School is supposed to be a safe place, a safe haven for everyone, regardless of their ethnicity. However, that is not the case when it comes to Black and Brown students and students with disabilities. Again, I personally have seen with my own two eyes, including my own children, experiencing things from SROs and officers that have been assigned to the schools that they've been attending, and it has not been fair treatment. And I don't think that is fair to say that because someone doesn't see it or does not experience it, to completely disregard what these children have been experiencing on campus with these SROs. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Omera.
Omera, good evening.
Omera, can you try unmuting yourself? There you are.
Thank you. I'd just like to, speak on this just for one moment. I have watched numerous of our officers develop loving, caring relationships. And I feel very upset when we hear that they're the ones that are doing the racial discrimination when they only respond to what the school is asking them to do. By the time our SROs get there, the child has been in the office. That SRO has no knowledge of what the race or ethnicity is of a child. I feel we are condemning our SROs just on what their job is, which is another form of discrimination. I am so sad that this has come up. Our community resource officers, our SROs are trying to do the best they can in our community and bridge those gaps and have a good relationship with teenagers and children of all races and ethnicity. Thank you.
Thank you, Omera.
Next, we have Avni.
Hi, so I'm a junior attending Visita Lago and a member of GenUp, and I feel uncomfortable with the SRO presence on school campuses. The massive discrepancies in data given in the previous presentation is due to the oppressively charged nature of SROs on school campuses. When racially charged institutions are applied to our schools full of children, the outcomes are unsurprisingly overbearingly negative. The quality of interactions of Black students attending FCUSD campuses is absolutely terrible, and we see that from the data we've collected. Within our districts, SROs need to go. No studies have found a direct link between these officers and safeguards against gun violence in our schools, but what they have found is SROs have statistically increased the students in our school to prison pipeline. According to the Department of Education, Black students are 2.3 times as likely to receive referral to law enforcement or be subject to school-related arrests as white students. Within FCUSD, that rate is 25 times as frequent. Law enforcement officers in schools should be strictly limited to enforcement of criminal laws and not school discipline policies. Somebody mentioned their personal experiences with SROs. I will reiterate. Anecdotal evidence does not disprove data ever. It is an anecdotal fallacy. I frankly don't care if you haven't seen these issues personally. The proactive policing does not belong in our educational facilities. We need to target the real issues with realistic long-term solutions. This starts with replacing SROs with hall monitor programs, divesting funds, implementing mandatory training for teachers and staff, including race implicit bias, culture sensitivity, and more. Change starts by including restorative justice programs such as the positive behavioral health interventions and supports, having mental health counselors support staff available, with rethinking school security, starting with separating police forces from schools and ending the militarism that has criminalized so many of our students of color, and more. If FCUSD truly wants to stand with Black people and people of color in the district, they need to start addressing the racial disparities present in our schools. By taking action, FCUSD can send a message to Black and Brown students that their voices are being heard and taken seriously. Conversation, not control, and care, not cops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Colleen.
Colleen, good evening.
Good evening. I would like to just start by complimenting the group that presented tonight. Gen Up did an admirable job of doing their research, and I'm wildly impressed with anybody who can use the word fallaciously correctly in a sentence. I do, though, need to speak out in support of law enforcement and say that the law enforcement in Folsom and also in Rancho Cordova do an admirable job of building relationships within the community. They see bigger issues that teachers, that school psychologists, that school nurses are not able to see because of their role in the community. And I think it would be a travesty if we completely removed our relationship with law enforcement. I also think the group is overreaching a little bit in saying that 1,000 members of the community are in support of this. I would be very curious to know how many members of the community signed both petitions as opposed to just one or the other. And I'd also like to remind the school board that both Rancho Cordova and Folsom combined have a population of over 150,000 people. So 1,000 people in the community alleging that we should remove SROs from the campus does not necessarily reflect what the entire community or even the majority of the community is interested in. So I would just want to encourage the board to look at this information, to disseminate it, and to make a decision in the best interest of all of our students and not in an emotional, fear-based manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Laura.
Laura?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Laura, you're cutting out. Can you find a new location, please?
Listening ears. Identifies as
Laura, can you hear me? You're cutting out.
You've ever been. Okay, let me walk back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. So I ask as a mother and as a teacher and as a white community member that we really listen to everyone. And as if you were speaking tonight to the board, that you also state not only your name, but the color of your skin. Because I truly believe if we're going to listen to everyone, we also need to understand that our experiences are not all the same. I am a white woman. I know my experiences are different from a Black woman, a brown woman, a person of color. However, I truly and honestly believe what people are saying. I believe we all come from a place of warmth and we all want to support our community, which means we honestly need to listen to all of our community members. If we are going to believe the secretary that sits at the front office, we also need to believe the student who's being bullied or harassed by an SRO student. We need to keep our children safe. And when I say our children, I mean all of our children. It does not matter what color your skin is. We need to support them all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anthony.
Anthony, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Superintendent Kaligian, President Clark, and board members. My name is Anthony Lacayo. Excuse me. I am a student in the district. I am a student at Walnutwood High School and a current member of our SAB board in the district. And I just wanted to say, I did comment a little bit on the last meeting, but about the SROs, especially in Rancho Cordova, and just their love and support for us students, coming from a member of the Latino community, coming from someone who had a learning disability in the past. I was able to see both sides of the SROs, and they truly do love us. They truly do support us. And it's honestly hurtful as a student, as my last year in high school, to be, being in these meetings that are talking about removing SROs. So I just wanted to say, as a student's perspective from the Latino community, that SROs love us, we support them, and they should receive the same amount of love and support that they give to us students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Jada.
Jada, good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Jada Prayer. I'm here on behalf of Black Youth Leadership Project, is more specifically Black Girl Support Network. I have two questions tonight. What policies are going to be put into place to ensure that the interactions with Black children are safe from the SROs? My second question is what policies or trainings are going to be put into place so that teachers and staff can know when it's appropriate to call an SRO instead of calling an SRO on a minor behavioral issue, which teachers are expected to be able to handle? Thank you.
Thank you, Jada.
Next, we have Madeline.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, good evening.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Madeline Ryan. I'm a junior at Folsom High. I spoke at the last board meeting about my experience with SROs when I was hate crimed and how unproductive and harmful the SROs were with me. I'm not going to go over that again because the board members have already heard it. However, the other night, my parents had a friend over who was a police officer, and innovatively, we got into a debate. And when I told him about my SRO experience and walked him through what happened, he informed me that when the SRO took me into his office to be questioned alone, it was against protocol as I was a minor of the opposite sex. There was supposed to be an adult woman in the room with me, and I did not even get that option. If SROs cannot even follow basic protocol with a white student who was just hate crimed and in the middle of a panic attack to make me feel just a little safer and less intimidated, I do not believe they can be trusted to properly ensure the safety of minority students. As a queer white student, I feel unsafe with them on campus, and I imagine that feeling is even worse for students of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline.
Next, we have Lorraine.
Lorraine, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, school board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I would just like to come in and echo what Jada had expressed. We understand that this conversation is not to vote on a contract because you all have voted on that. And so what I want to know is what parameters are being put into place to make sure that these incidents or these interactions, there's some type of form to them. So I don't need teachers calling SROs for minor behaviors. What I need is if they're there to ensure the safety of kids, do that. And include Black kids in that group of kids who need to be provided and cared for and protected from people. I think that it's a travesty that there are no policies on books that delineate between law enforcement and administrator responsibilities. You're going to need to put that in place post haste. I know that we've been in talks with your district before, that we brought these concerns to your district. Those talks fell apart. I'm gonna need to put those back into place because we need to hammer out policies and get certain things on the books because we're not talking about the option of whether we're voting anymore. That has already passed. What we're talking about is now that you've made that decision, what are you going to do to protect the children? All of them, especially Black ones. There seems to be a problem. And I'm just talking specifically about one of your students who was treated so unfairly, and he was not believed or he was not given the benefit of the doubt. He was immediately criminalized and he is still in court to this day. And this happened last year. No one gave him deference. No one looked at him as a child. No one protected him. It's unacceptable. And so we're going to have to put those things into place if you want this to be something that is workable, because I don't know how you're going to work this out if these things aren't in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. And I did request that Black Youth Leadership Project was included in the discussions, especially with the MOU, and I hope that's happening. Who do we have next?
Next, we have Pooja.
Hi.
Hi, Pooja.
Hi, I just wanted to commend the group that put the presentation together. It takes a lot of courage and research and time and energy for them to actually speak up for something that impacts our community. I'm a parent, and safety is always the first concern for me as I send my child to school. So I cannot even imagine what the parents of the kids that are targeted by SROs or who have had experiences with SROs that are not fair must feel. And so I really do urge the board to look at this data, which is both from a data perspective as well as anecdotal evidence, which will across the population. So not just like we were talking about earlier, somebody said, oh, I've never had this experience personally. Yeah, but we need to look at a broader population, look at all of the evidence, both anecdotal as well as data evidence, and then statistical ones, and then really make the change that's truly needed. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sheila.
Is Sheila back?
Yep.
All right. Good evening, Sheila.
Sheila, are you there? Nope, not working.
Okay.
Next, we have Stavik, and I really do apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Stavik, there you go.
Hi, my name is Satvik Rani. I'm a junior at Vista Lago High School, and I can say from personal experience, while this might not be the most statistically factual, that I feel completely unsafe and I feel uncomfortable with SROs on my campus, and I can say with certainty that a lot of my friends who are colored feel the same way and share that same sentiment. I just want to echo a lot of what Jen said in their presentation about how whereas we've shared empirical evidence proving that SROs have not been helpful at all on campuses, we have been met with nothing but anecdotal evidence that refute or what people who support SROs say refutes the claims that we are making.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Ramik.
Ronique?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ramneek, and I'm a junior at Folsom High School. Law enforcement does not belong on school campuses. It does not matter if some people have had positive experiences with SROs. The data clearly shows that Black students are disproportionately affected and criminalized. People say that SROs make them feel safe, but do they make everyone feel safe? No. Black and brown students come to school and feel unsafe and are unable to learn properly. We need to take a hard look at how SROs are negatively impacting the people that are being disproportionately affected and stop only catering to people dealing with white fragility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Fiona.
Fiona, good evening.
At Folsom High School.
Fiona, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
No, we need you to speak up, please.
Hello?
A little bit better, but you're hard to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Slightly better.
I don't think it can get better than this, so sorry that it's quiet.
Go ahead.
I feel uncomfortable with SROs at my high school. I'm a student at Folsom High, and we need to address the root causes of this violence. And this can't happen with militarized cops walking around our campuses, and just all the experiences people have had with SROs that have affected them negatively. There shouldn't be so many to prove that SROs are bad for this campus. Just one of these experiences should call for change in the SROs at campuses. Thank you.
Next, we have Sanja.
Yes, good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sanjana, and I'm a sophomore at Folsom High School. SROs negatively impact students. I don't feel comfortable with their presence. Your positive experience doesn't negate the countless students that struggle with them. Discounting the emotions and fears of students is what leads to the school-to-prison pipeline that disproportionately harms Black students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Abni. I'm so sorry. AB Abnif.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm a sophomore from Vista Del Lago High School, and I think that we should repeal our SROs from our campuses. The majority of parents are believing that the SROs actually prevent like school shootings. However, nationwide, we've seen that SROs have not actually been that effective. And I and many students are uncomfortable with SROs on the campus, and the evidence that GenUp has provided us has shown that SROs are actually just making the situation worse. So I think that we should instead use that same funding that we're putting into SROs to prevent that root cause. And that would mean putting money into counseling for students so we can prevent any type of incidents that our parents and students fear their lives for.
Thank you, sir.
And next we have Jenny.
Jenny, good
Hi
evening.
there.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Okay, I'm just calling in. I was actually going to comment later, but I just had to chime in here. I feel pretty saddened that it seems like the SROs are not appreciated in the district. I've seen SROs. I'm at Russell Ranch. I'm a teacher, and they're not on campus as often in elementary schools, but from what I've seen in videos, I shared a video on my own Facebook of an SRO officer in Rancho Cordova going to different schools and giving handshakes and doing all this awesome stuff, getting to know the kids. And that's something that I don't even do. I just wish I had that, kind of connection with kids. So the fact that I see that kind of connection tells me that, SROs, there may be a couple of bad apples, but just like anything else, like, let's not just kick them all out because we have a stereotype. I think that in today's society, going on with all these different movements going on, a lot of the teens are moved by social media. Even my own children are telling me things that they see on social media. It's almost like they're being brainwashed. I don't know if really teens have a good perception or an understanding of what they're not. I don't know if they're really thinking on their own, or are they just listening to social media and hearing what's going on. I was a Cordova High graduate. Pretty sure we had some sort of SRO or some sort of police officer on campus. I never felt intimidated. That was back in '98. Yes, times have changed, but we still had people of all, cultures. And hey, I felt protected, and I just went to school, did what I was supposed to do. And if you just, I don't think it's fair to just get rid of that program. I think they do an amazing thing for us. And hey, the day there's a shooting or some sort of violent action, I'm sure if somebody, we're going to really appreciate having an SRO on campus. So let's not.
Thank you, Jenny. I'm sorry your time had expired.
Next we have Kavarsi.
Okay, and Martha, before you start, I'm sorry, ma'am. Martha, could you give me a count?
The Kavarsi is number 19, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Kavarsi, are you there?
Oh, hello. Okay, sorry. I'm a student at Folsom High School, and I would like to talk about how the statistics provided to you by the presentation clearly show that Black students are disproportionately affected by having the SROs on campus. And I believe that instead of having these armed officers, we can reallocate those funds to make the school a safe place for everyone. Personally, I don't feel comfortable with them on campus, and I hope you don't discount the emotions of our students.
Thank you.
And last we have Maria.
Maria, good evening.
Maria, can you try unmuting yourself? There you go.
Yeah, hi. I was just listening in, and I thought I'd like to make just a few comments about one. I'm really disappointed that we keep kind of deflecting away from what the statistics actually show. And that's the data that's reported by the school district to the state. It's pretty clear that Black and Brown students are disproportionately affected. And nobody's really talking about that. I think that that is really important for us to kind of keep going back to that and saying, yeah, this is true. It's a truth. It's not a mythology. So I think that starting from there is where, where we really need to focus. And then the next part is, what policies are you going to put in place, or what practices to ensure that we stop perpetuating the disproportionate discrimination of Black and brown people and disabled children in our communities. So I know that the approval has already happened, but I'd like for us to see, some focus on, what is going to be done now to make sure that we don't continue to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. I appreciate Jen Up for the presentation and all the students who spoke. We try to afford you an extra minute because we know that your comments are important to us. So with that being said, I will take it back to the board for final comments. This is a discussion item, not an action item. I know that this will be part of our budget discussion in the future. So I will ask board to make their final comments. Board member, any board member?
I will go. I just want to thank for the very good presentation. I've seen it before, and I'm really glad that we're able to bring it here to be presented. I think it's important to have the dialogue, and I think it's important, as I said before, it's an opportunity to look at big picture. There's always room for improvement. We do value our SROs, and there was one thing in the presentation I know that the public probably doesn't know, that a lot of the calls, when you call, seems to be the issue. Do we call if it's a minor issue or not? I think we should look at that as a board. But just for the public to know, a lot of the calls, I think I've heard some of the data, there's like 78 calls. Out of those 78 calls, the district doesn't have really any say at all in that they have to make the calls from a legal perspective from the state and investigations from the district. So I definitely like to have more discussion in the future on that data, and I think it'd be healthy. And I really appreciate all the comments and everybody speaking tonight. And I'll leave it like that and like to hear some more from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
I'll thank Jen Up for their presentation. And I think one of the speakers who brought up the root of the cause and the disproportionate suspensions, I think that's probably something the board should get an update on. I know we've been working on that for the last 2 years. So for a future agenda or even an information item, how we're progressing with that work would be helpful.
I agree, Ms. Ranking. Thank you. Superintendent, if you can note that as an informational item sometime in the future, greatly appreciate it. Any final comments from the board?
Mr. President, I would just briefly just say I support our law enforcement officers, support keeping our campuses safe. I support the work that our SROs do to assess risks on our campuses and prevent potential tragedies. It's not just about responding to school shootings, but it's also about risk assessment and and preventing potential tragedies. It's a really important part of the work that they do. And then, we heard a lot about statistics tonight, and I'll keep saying this statistic over and over and over again because it's important to consider. Gallup found this year that 86% of Americans want the police presence in their communities to be the same or greater than it is currently. And among that group, African Americans, 81% of African Americans want the same or more police presence in their communities. This is a statistic that is real. This is a statistic that shows and demonstrates a very large swath of our community in the United States, and I think our community in this area as well. We absolutely have work that we need to do. Someone said tonight we need to get to the root cause. I agree. So let's do that. Rather than eliminating law enforcement from the lives of our students, let's work together with law enforcement, with our students to improve practices and to improve community relations. That's what we need to do to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments from our board? Student Board Golan, any final comments, ma'am?
I don't really have a comment, but I do appreciate the in-depth presentation, and I know that I personally plan on doing more research about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, with that being said, we will move on. Discussion action item, approve updated proposal for joint occupancy and adopt resolution number 10082009, approval of updated proposal for joint occupancy Folsom's Hope Center project at Theodore Judah Elementary School. Superintendent.
Yes, this evening we are going to be reviewing the joint occupancy proposal that was last brought to the board in 2016. We'll also hear an update of where the progress of Folsom's Hope from Salwa Kasabian and the design team, starting off with our Chief Operational Officer, Matt Washburn. So with that, Mr. Washburn, would you like to start the presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Since about 2012, the district has been working closely with Folsom's Hope to provide a facility on the Theodore Judah campus for community support services for children and their families, for community services and counseling and other services. Tonight, you're going to hear a presentation about the services that Folsom Hope provides, an update on the facility, and then we're also going to talk about the approval of an updated proposal for a joint occupancy agreement. So tonight for presentation, we're going to have Jim Traber, who's with Fagan Friedman Fullfrost, who will be talking about the joint occupancy agreement, and then Salwa Kasabian, who's the executive director of Folsom's Hope, and her team will be doing a presentation on the Folsom's Hope facility and giving an update on the project and their services as well. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Traber first, and he'll talk about the where we've come so far in the joint occupancy agreement.
Okay, thank you, Matt, and good evening to everyone. The information that Ms. Kasabian is going to be providing is going to be important and detailed, and so I want to leave plenty of time for her to give you that information. I'm going to provide a legal background and some context as quickly as I can, and then turn it back over to Salwa. So the law allows a district to enter into a contract for construction of a facility that will be jointly occupied with another entity. That contract is called a joint occupancy agreement. And that joint occupancy agreement or contract is the ultimate end to the process that we are working on here tonight. We are not to the point of entering into a joint occupancy agreement yet. And that is because before entering into an agreement, the district needs to approve a joint occupancy proposal. And in 2012-13, the district requested proposals, and Folsom's Hope submitted the only proposal that was approved by the board. Back in 2016, the board approved an updated proposal from Folsom's Hope, which made some minor changes to the original proposal. Since 2016, there have been changes to what Folsom's Hope would like to do, and Salwa Kasabian will go into greater detail on that. But the resolution that the board is being asked to adopt simply allows the district and Folsom's Hope to move forward with making a joint occupancy agreement, negotiating that agreement based on the updated proposal that Salwa will talk about. Ultimately, the contract that is put in place will contain significant detail regarding the construction process and the parties' use of the completed project. And while the details of that relationship are going to be in the joint occupancy agreement, tonight we're only talking about the proposal. And practically speaking, approving this proposal simply provides district staff and Folsom's Hope some assurance that the proposed project is headed in the right direction, and it allows Folsom's Hope to raise some funds necessary to complete the project. and ensures that we don't invest significant time and resources in something that is contrary to what the board wants us to do. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'll remain on to answer any questions that you may have relating to this item. And I will turn this over to Salwa Kasabian. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Kalikian, President Clark, and school board members. It's been a little while since I've come in front of you to present about Folsom's Hope, so I'm thankful for this opportunity. As Jim mentioned, I'm going to go through a little bit of a programming update for some school board members that weren't there in 2016 when I came before the board asking for an updated proposal to be accepted at that point. So I'll go through it as quickly as I can, obviously be open for questions, and just ask for the next slide, please. So just briefly, as Jim mentioned, a couple of things. Back in March of 2013, the school board voted unanimously to lease Folsom's Hope, the land adjacent just to Theodore Judah Elementary, to build our Family Resource Center. At that point in time, we were not a nonprofit yet. And so in October of 2014, we moved forward with our nonprofit application and received our nonprofit status from the IRS. We came back to the board in September of 2016, asking the board to approve an updated proposal based on some changes to the building and also changes to the fact that we were now a nonprofit. In December of 2018, we retained Brian Norwood as our construction manager. And in October of 2019, we retained HED Architects on our project, which has some revisions again, and we'll go into that in a minute. And just in August of this year, we got DSA approval of our current architectural plans. Next slide, please. So again, current programming would be based on last school year. As we all know, it's not running as a normal school year this year. So just as an overview, the STARS After School program, which runs at Theodore Judah Elementary School last school year, was the 11th school year that program had been running. We housed 32 children at the commencement of that program. Our last day was March 13th, just like our last school day. And that program houses students at both Theodore Judah and Blanche Sprentz Elementary School. Runs 5 days a week from the time the kids get out of school until 6 p.m. and is fully funded from donations. We are the fiscal sponsor of this program, so all donations for STARS come to us, and we reimburse the school district and the city for the staffing costs of that program. We are a site-specific program, so we are not an ACES program like the programs down in Rancho Cordova that run after school under the ACES grant. And we are under the supervision of whoever Theodore Judah's administrator is, and at the current time, that would be Carol Vargas. We do have a continued requirement for parents who have students in this program to make monthly donations and to take parent education classes. Next slide, please. The STARS After School program at Sutter Middle School. Last year was the 5th school year this was running. We ran this program just 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday, for an hour and a half. We had one Folsom's Hope employee overseeing the program and one instructional aide there. Like the other program, they would get snack, homework help, and recreation or enrichment. And last year we had 19 students enrolled in that program. And this program was created, intended to receive students moving up from Theodore Judah to Sutter Middle School who needed that continued assistance. And again, we have the same requirements for donations from the parents and parent education for parents who have students in this program as well. Next slide, please. I won't go through this in detail, but this is a list of current partners with our STARS programs. Next slide, please. Our Lunch Buddy mentoring programs are our next largest program. This is a once-a-week program where we pair cleared adults who come and have lunch with a student on campus once a week on 1 day a week. So it's a one-on-one mentoring program, but it's done in a group setting. And we run programs traditionally at Theodore Judah Elementary, Blanche Sprentz Elementary, Peter J. Shields down in Rancho Cordova, and at Sutter Middle School. So in the 2018-2019 school year, we had 45 students being mentored, and last school year we had 40 students total being mentored in that program. Next slide, please. We have been traditionally a partner with Folsom Lake High School through in-class support of volunteers, overseeing volunteer coordination and solicitation for that school site, helping facilitate the decorating of the community center for graduations, partnering with Powerhouse Ministries for their Sober Grad Night, helping to coordinate a location and financial support for a Point Break program, which ran a couple of times over the last few years. We have acted as a liaison with a local church, The Gathering Place, to provide Christmas presents to needy high schoolers and mentors for specific high schoolers in need of loving adult role models. Next slide, please. So through the course of any given year, these are other things that we have done, soliciting coat donations to give away to STARS students and other needy students. We have been partnering with a Spanish ministry housed at Harbor Church to provide monthly potlucks at Theodore Judah for our children and families in our program. And those potluck nights once a month, the potluck lasts for about 45 minutes, and then the children stay in the multipurpose room and the parents go to the STARS room, and that's where the parent education takes place once a month at Theodore Judah. We refer needy students to, for dental and orthodontic care. We have some local partners who donate their services at no charge and allow Folsom's Hope to refer students to them. Next slide, please. We have an MOU with Folsom Lake College to receive federal work study students that come and work for us, get paid by the federal government. It's a beautiful partnership. So we had last year 4 students that we employed, and they were all working within classrooms and in the STARS room at Theodore Judah Elementary. We also assist the placement of early childhood education students from Sac State at Theodore Judah and Blanche Sprents. And in the spring semester, again, before schools closed, we had 6 students in that capacity. We also help to facilitate peer tutoring by Folsom High School's California Scholarship Federation. So those students come from Folsom High. We do an orientation each semester for new students, and they can use the STARS program as their community service hours to come and help tutor the kids there. Next slide, please. Hawkins School of Dance every year provides free ballet lessons to children in STARS, and last year they increased the number of classes they were offering to include jazz and tap as well. We again coordinate the monthly parenting program at Theodore Judah in collaboration with Delta Prevention and other community organizations. We historically have acted as a liaison for some local churches and playmakers to provide scholarships to our students to Vacation Bible School day camps or other day camps. And we have had traditionally about 40 students each summer participate in these. And we also collaborate with the City of Folsom Parks and Rec. Again, they allow Folsom's Hope to refer students to their programs at cost for families that need their students in full-time care during the summer. Next slide, please. Benevolence Fund, this is something new. So in last year in December of 2019, Lakeside Church took a special Christmas offering for Folsom's Hope and donated almost $22,000 to help us create a benevolence fund. And basically what this does is allows us to provide financial assistance to families with children that are enrolled in our programs or formerly enrolled in Folsom's Hope programs. So the purpose really is to be able to minister to individuals or families during a time of hardship or crisis by temporarily assisting them with their basic needs. So it's not something that's designed to be ongoing financial support, but for crisis support. And so far we've assisted with financial needs, including rental assistance. We helped petition to bring a mother of one of our federal work study students to the United States from Turkey. And we've, as you can imagine, had various needs that have arisen due to COVID, such as food, cleaning products, household necessities, and rental assistance. Next slide, please. So current programming this school year is very different. So the second week of school in August, we started a partnership with Powerhouse Ministries specifically to start a distance learning support program for some elementary students. Again, we are prioritizing our vulnerable student population during the school day, all of whom are living at or below poverty level. And the vast majority of the students that we are having in the program are English language learners as well. So these students, as you can imagine, have had many barriers to education in the past, but this distance learning is proving to be the most significant obstacle for these students this school year, as they're unable to receive the academic help and support at home that they need. So we started this program. It runs Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And each day the students arrive with their school-issued Chromebooks, their hotspots, and their schoolwork. And Powerhouse Ministries is providing the space for that program at their facility in Market Street. It houses 12 elementary students, all from Theodore Judah. So they have been helped now to log on to their synchronous learning with their teachers each day. We're coordinating either delivery of lunch by a volunteer or walking to the school site to get lunch for the students. And then from about 12:30 to 2, they are working with volunteers who are helping them log into their Google Classroom, look at what classwork has to be done, and helping them through that. And we've also connected with all of the students' teachers. So we're coordinating classwork pickup, we're coordinating just communication that ordinarily, again, a parent would be in that role. We are helping coordinate those classroom connections with the teacher. All of our students are below grade level for both reading and math. So we are also providing with them with enrichment activities to help bridge this gap. And our goal is to grow this program to include more elementary students as well as middle and high school students. And by way of update, we did actually just start our middle school program. Today was day 3 at Community Bible Church, just across the street from Sutter Middle School. So we currently have 12 students. We're adding a 13th tomorrow. And again, we're providing a space for those students to be. They come with their Chromebooks. We're helping them log on. Many of these students have not been connecting much at all with their teachers. And a lot of them have a lot of makeup work to do. So we're starting from where we are, and we're going to be helping them get their work done and hopefully catch up. So that's an update on what we're doing with current programming. Next slide. And at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Chris Ram with HED Architects, and he's going to walk you through a little bit of the history on our prior building project and what the plans currently look like.
Thank you, Salwa. Great stuff. Folsom's Hope. So I want to start with the master plan that we worked with the district on for Judah Elementary School. I think I don't know what the date is on this. I bet it's been 5 years ago we started this. And so I wanted to show this to the blue figures in the middle of the site are the 2 new modular buildings we built with Matt Washburn, and Mike Hammond was the project manager, along with some other improvements we made at the site. And while we were developing this plan, we knew Folsom's Hope was working with an architect. And so to the right of those blue images, you see the footprint of the previous design. And I just wanted to, I saw an issue with the design that I had a problem with, was the kind of the dead zone between the proposed building and the right-hand corner of the site. I mean, basically the district would be left with a unmanageable piece of property. I felt that was just a personal opinion. So that's the reason that's the way I met Salwa, HED met with Salwa. And so next slide, please. So these were the 2 buildings that were the result of that modernization and improvements, buildings MC and J. And that was a good part of that project. And so the idea was we would replicate this architecture in Folsom's Hope to make it more part of the school. That was my image. Next slide. And so what we did, we took it's a moment frame modular building. Enviroplex is the manufacturer. So they're rigid frames. They're 10 feet wide. 10 or 12. No, maybe they're 12 feet wide. I think it's I forget,
12.
Matt. 12, yeah. And then we stretched the site, and we made it longer, and we went all the way to the property, the residential property fence, and we made it less deep in doing so. So it takes up the same square footage that the previous design took up. Next slide. And so these are just some renderings of the proposed phase 1 of Folsom's Hope. So we're just replicating what we did with Matt and Mike for SAWA. Next slide. There's another view of the main entry. We have some tree wells at Judah in the quad there that we replicate those. Drinking fountain there. Next slide. And just another view of the front of the building. And so, yeah, that's the basic design. And with that, I'll give it back to Matt.
Thank you, Chris and Salva. So you can see that we've had a very good collaborative relationships, both with HED Architects, have them working with us, having a joint working relationship with SAWA and Folsom's Hope, the great benefits they have provided to the district. And with that, we're seeking a board approval of the updated proposal. So Folsom's Hope can have assurance that the design is appropriate and they want to proceed with their fundraising efforts and continue the implementation plans based on this design and the program that we have moving forward. So with that, if there's any questions, be able to entertain those. If not, would proceed with the recommendation.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover.
I would just say that I'm very excited for this project, and thank you to all the hard work that everyone's put in. And I would like to move that we adopt the recommendation.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and moved by Mr. Hoover, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Yes, Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
And Student Member Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sawa.
Thank you, Sawa.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll move on to item 11B, approve proposed reopening timeline for hybrid in-person instruction. Superintendent.
Yes, this evening we are bringing back to the board a recommendation of a timeline to consider for in-person instruction. And I'm going to ask to go to the next slide. And we're going to start with looking at our why, reviewing our priorities as we've been doing through our roadmap to reopening, safety and health of our students and staff being at the forefront. Then we'll get into our how, and the board did approve our reopening roadmap at the last meeting. We're going to get into more specifics tonight of what to expect, what will it look like, what the facility and safety features, how are they going to be retrofitted? So we'll give more specifics about that, and then get into what the schedule overview would look like in our hybrid model of instruction that the board spent many weeks discussing over the summer, late spring and summer, and then the proposed dates to return to in-person hybrid instruction and our next steps. So with that, we can go to the next slide, please. And I'm going to invite Mr. Curtis Wilson, our Assistant Superintendent of K-12 Education, to take us through the presentation. We'll also be joined by Ms. Carrie Kay, our Health Coordinator, to talk more about the specifics on the health-related side for our students and staff. Mr. Wilson, welcome.
Great, thank you. Welcome everybody, and thank you, Dr. Koligian. Dr. Koligian just spoke a little bit about our why, and we're going to go on to the next slide here, Kelly, if you could. Thank you so much. So again, we have seen these priorities in past presentations, and of course, the health and safety of all of our students and staff is our first priority there. Student learning and social emotional well-being and supports for students, staff, and families. What you see below this are just a couple of the quotes about why in-person instruction at this time and why we are recommending this timeline that we have about getting students back in front of their teachers. So there are just 3 separate quotes there, and I'll give us time to go through those. I'm not going to read them to everybody, but just some of the thoughts, and there were a lot of these to choose from, but these 3 kind of stuck out, and a little bit about the effect size of Hattie, a little bit about the opportunities to teach students those soft skills, and a little bit about that connection between teachers and students, and not just on an SEL standpoint, but from the cues that we take as educators from looking at our students as we're teaching them, that we do lose a little bit from staring at a 1 by 2 inch square on a computer. So next slide, please. So our how, and again, as Dr. Kluge mentioned at our last board meeting, we approved the roadmap to reopening. And these are some of the things that we'll be highlighting throughout this with a little bit greater depth, which was that tiered framework on page 7 of that document, the stage 3 at a glance, which is where we find ourselves on page 30, and the health and safety protocols runs from pages 20 to 27. Next slide, please. And again, this is a revisit. So as you know, Sac County last week moved into substantial, which is between 4 to 7 daily new cases per 100,000 and between 5 to 8% of positivity testing. And as you have probably seen in the news, and the county and some of the information out there as they're asking the public to keep following safety protocols, that they are looking and hoping for moderate by October, so something to the effect of orange in October, and that again is coming from the county and their wishes on continuing that positive momentum that we're seeing coming out of purple. Next slide, please. So stage 3 at a glance, again, this is a recap from that reopening roadmap, and we see there the type of instruction is that we are proposing is a hybrid transitional, the physical environment and some of the highlights, and we will get into this a little bit more from a facility standpoint later on in this presentation with actually a video that highlights some of the very specific things that have been done and will happen. Students with unique needs and how we will be addressing their needs. Food services, transportation, childcare, and athletics and activities are some of these highlights. Again, these are all covered in that roadmap guide. Next slide, please. At this time, for a moment here, I'd like to bring in Ms. Carrie Kay. She's our coordinator of health programs and services, and she's going to walk us through not only the video, but a couple of the screenshots of signs that you see over there, and what other precautions that you will be seeing on these campuses, and the types of protocols that our staff and students are going to be following. So, Ms. Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and good evening, school board members, Dr. Koligian, and all the families and students and staff members who are out there with us this evening. I'm happy to be back and sharing some thoughts and details with everyone tonight. So before we hit the play on the video, wanted to draw your attention. Certainly our staff members are familiar with these postings because these are up at every school site. Certainly at the entrances, I see them on a daily basis when I go out to school sites or to the district office, but it's we're using the same documents across the district to provide consistency, also so folks know what to expect. So the little document there with the stop signs and the red and green is a symptom screening tool that we have, and it is adapted from the CDC, and it asks folks those questions about, have you come into contact? Are you experiencing any of the symptoms right now? And if you are, stop. Please don't come to school. Please don't come to work. So that's a good visual reminder for everyone daily of the symptoms checklist that we need to be doing. Also, the reminder to keep doing what Mr. Wilson was saying, to get Sacramento into the orange during October. Wear your face covering. Be mindful of your 6-foot distancing from folks who are not in the same household. Wash your hands, and be mindful of group gatherings as well. And so then that other document there is just another visual about those simple public health measures that we can all do to help improve the numbers in our county so that we can open things up to a greater degree. So Kelly, could you hit play on this video?
Hello, my name is Matt Washburn. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. We want to ensure that the health and safety of our staff and students is the utmost priority. We need to make sure that we have a staged approach when we provide for the purchase and installation of equipment and all the supplies that are necessary. We are taking guidance from the County Public Health Office, as well as working collaboratively with our school sites, including our Human Resources Department, Risk Management Department, Maintenance and Operations, and various departments throughout the district. One of the key components that we are doing and implementing within the district is updating our heating, air conditioning, and ventilation systems, which also includes our filtration systems. We are thoroughly cleaning and inspecting all of our heating and air conditioning systems. We are disinfecting the systems thoroughly, disinfecting the coils and the evaporators. We're also inspecting and opening up the dampers to ensure that outside fresh air is maximizing into the classrooms to ensure fresh air quality to the classrooms as conditions safely permit. We're also doing an air flush into the system so that we make sure that prior to the start of school each day, fresh air is implemented into the classroom.
Hi, I'm Keith Elliott. I'm the Maintenance and Operations Supervisor for Folsom Cordova Unified School District. The district has been planning for many months to safely welcome back staff and students to our campuses. The district has adopted safety protocols that are defined by health experts to minimize the risk of spreading the disease. The district has taken several steps to enable and support employees in keeping themselves and others safe at school. While the pandemic has caused widespread shortages of many safety items, the district has been working to stock up on face masks, face shields, hand sanitizer, and disinfecting products and equipment. A central piece of the district's sanitation strategy is the on-site generation of the disinfecting and sanitizing solution called NEW, which is an acronym for Neutral Electrolyzed Water. NEW is a highly effective yet non-toxic disinfectant. It is made from water, salt, vinegar, and electricity right in the district warehouse. A machine called the Hypogen 5 can generate 15 gallons of concentrated NEW disinfectant in 1 hour at a cost of about 3 cents a gallon. Its low toxicity allowed us to efficiently sanitize large areas with a blower mister without needing to rinse or wipe treated surfaces. Similarly, bulk liquid hand sanitizer will be available in ready-to-use form. Custodial staff priorities will focus on sanitation of classrooms, common areas, restrooms, and touch points throughout the day. Custodial sanitation schedules will be aligned with instructional schedules and campus priorities. Schools have implemented multiple measures to ensure proper social distancing in classrooms and while moving throughout school sites. Desks are positioned a minimum of 6 feet apart with markers on the floor to indicate proper spacing.
And as you see on the floor, we have X's made out of masking tape. And the front right corner is to stay on the masking tape because that would mean we are 6 feet distantly apart from my desk to Graceland's desk, from nose to nose.
For the hybrid model, desks have been paired for AM/PM instruction. One desk in each pair is assigned to a specific AM student, with the other desk in the pair assigned to a specific PM student. To indicate directional traffic flow, entrance and egress signs are positioned at doorways. Markers on the ground designate one-way aisles and social distancing in common waiting areas. Plexiglass barriers are installed in front offices to provide protection between office staff and visitors. Everyone at FCUSD is concerned about the burden the coronavirus pandemic has placed on our students, families, and staff. We all look forward to seeing every one of our students back in school where they belong. We believe that with the safety protocols put in place and great teamwork, we can open our schools back up safely.
Great. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. In addition to everything that you just saw in that video, we also have the in-person readiness checklist that all of our principals and managers and school site officials are using as we look to this reopening. And we'll take a look at this list. And again, I'll hit some highlights without reading every bullet to everybody here. But as mentioned in that top bullet, we have a written worksite specific plan referred to as the WSP, which was brought to the board, I want to say about 2 to 3 board meetings ago. And this is used, that plan specific to each site is used to evaluate and prepare the spaces. And some of the things that are addressed in that plan and in our safety plan and in the reopening roadmap plans are that disinfecting and fogging of the areas, the establishing the isolation rooms in an area when a student is exhibiting symptoms that are concerning, marking entrances and exits and the directions of the egress and the entrances, and setting up the hand sanitizing stations. And if you go down that list, you see all the safety features that we want on the top of our minds as we are coming back into in-person instruction. And the bottom 5 bullets are highlighting the MOU with the FCA Teachers Union and all the following safety guidelines that will be in place for the in-person instruction. And that is providing the PPE, face coverings, face shields, and neck drapes, running the exhaust fans, as you heard Mr. Elliott speaking about in that video, in the staff restrooms and during work hours as well, and utilizing a check-in and out forms at each site. And that actually will assist us with contact tracing as well. When we utilize and we know who's on campus at what times and where they were going during that time. And again, referring to the HVAC systems and installing those MERV 13 filters. And all of those last 5 bullet points are part of that MOU that we've been working with FCA on. Next slide, please.
Okay, so a little bit more detail about the health items, the things that we are doing to bring students and staff back onto our campuses safely. So I've had the opportunity in the last couple of days to meet with the elementary and secondary principals, and I'm excited to share with you all tonight that we're going to be adding in a product from Frontline, which will allow parents and staff to have a COVID-19 screening tool either in app form on your phones or in a web-based browser if you prefer that. We will be rolling this out within the next 4 or 5 weeks. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it will integrate with our existing student information system, which is PowerSchool, and then it will also integrate with our staff system, which is a Frontline product. And so what this will allow us to do, Curtis Wilson just mentioned the check-in and check-out process, and we have been doing that. It's been in a Google form, but we'll keep that in place until we're ready to roll with Frontline. But what Frontline will allow us to do is as a parent myself, I can do that screening tool for my student before I send her to school and say, no symptoms, she's good to go. And then real time, that feeds into the student information system. So I then, as the school nurse, will know that my daughter or that student has done the passive screening and they're cleared to be on campus that day. Now, if I report that I do have some symptoms or my student has some symptoms, obviously I won't be coming to school or work, and that would also be noted real time within the student information system. So that would trigger perhaps a need for the school nurse or the health office staff or perhaps other staff to call and check, and if there's a contact tracing that needs to take place, we can do that. And this app will help us not only from a staff perspective, but from a student perspective, know where else on campus that student might have been, especially in a secondary setting when we're going to be looking at students having more than one class that they travel to. We'll be able to know who was in that class and who else we might need to contact if there's a concern. So that's just a little brief introduction to Frontline. As we roll it out, there will be training opportunities, many, 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 for students and staff and parents. So we won't roll it out until folks have an opportunity to learn about it and how to use it. So then contact tracing. I know that's a term that most of us never thought we needed to know about, but it's very, very much a public health tool and very, very familiar with our school nurses. All of our nurses have taken the Johns Hopkins training, and we are in collaboration with Sacramento County Public Health and their schools team. And we will be taking the lead with doing the contact tracing for students, and we'll be in partnership with our HR department to do the contact tracing, as we already are, for staff who are on campus and as we bring more folks back. And so just wanted to let you all know that there is a common language out there among school nurses across the county, and not just within Folsom Cordova. And so this decision tree that's up there, that graphic, I know it's a little bit hard to read because there's a lot of information on it on this slide, but I want you all to know that this is this decision tree that we will be using in our health offices. And I want to call attention to how the county has divided out the low risk symptoms and those high risk symptoms. So we've heard for many months now about the symptoms associated with COVID-19. And we also know that so many of those symptoms cross paths, if you will, with other illnesses, be it influenza or strep throat or seasonal allergies. And so I appreciate that Sacramento County delineated the difference between low risk symptoms and high risk symptoms. So that cough, difficulty breathing, and a loss of taste or smell, those are the three that Sacramento County has really delineated as red flag symptoms. And so if we see those, we'll certainly take different action and ask different questions than if we have a kiddo who has a fever greater than 100.4 or a staff member or a sore throat. And so that's just a little glimpse into the decision tree that we'll all be using. And then a little bit about what happens when there is a positive case. I know that's a question and a concern on many folks' mind, and I understand that. If we have a student or a staff member prior to coming to school report that they themselves are positive, or perhaps a family member is positive, that person would not be coming to school or work the next day. They would be instructed to quarantine if they're concerned about being positive. If they indeed are positive, they would be isolating. And there's a difference. That's one of that contact tracing terminology. Isolation occurs when you're positive. Quarantine occurs when you either have come into contact with or perhaps live with someone who is positive. But we will be looking at when we would need to close a classroom, or if we need to close multiple classrooms. And communication will come home both in phone format and also in written format. And then the return to school, we would be working with Sacramento County Public Health, making sure that the folks who have been on quarantine or isolation are cleared to return, meaning their symptoms are abating, they've been fever-free for greater than 24 hours without the use of medication, or if they were in quarantine, meaning they weren't positive, but they lived with someone who was or were in close contact with someone who was, they would be quarantining for 14 days. And if during that 14 days they didn't develop any symptoms or become positive, they would be allowed to come back. That's a lot of information in a very short amount of time, I recognize, but just wanted to share that with everyone. And then the last board meeting, we did have a little bit of time to talk about surveillance testing. And I just want to remind folks that that is out there. That is an opportunity for staff members. It is voluntary, it is not mandated. And if you don't have that information, please reach out. We'd be happy to send it out again. It is through Sacramento County. It is free, and there are multiple sites throughout the county. Face coverings, we talked about that last time as well when we rolled out the return to school roadmap. And just a reminder that face coverings will be required for all. And I know that's a shift for some, because the previous guidance had been to require it for grades 3 and up. And now we're saying for all. And the rationale behind that goes along with the latest recommendations from the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, knowing that we've learned so much in the last few months about how COVID is spread, that if we can do those things, wearing those face coverings, social distancing, washing of hands, and being mindful of groups, we can really do a lot to get this under control and minimize our exposure and our risks while we're at school. Next slide, Kelly. And I'm going to get a drink real quick. All righty. So this is another tool that we have been using, and I just wanted everyone to have an opportunity to see it. Again, it's so that we're providing a common language across the board, whether it is HR working with a staff member who has a concern, or if now we're going to, when we bring students back, if we're talking about students and families, we'll be using this tool as well. So this is the tool. It was developed by the California School Nurses Organization that gives us those guidelines of when a person needs to isolate or quarantine or monitor for symptoms. And I think that is all. I'll turn it back to Curtis.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kay. Now on to our what and the schedule overview. And again, we gave a preview of the schedules over the last few board meetings, and this will get a little bit more specific for us. So next slide, please. This is a familiar graphic. And again, we started school in the distance learning format at this point. And pending change to safely returning to campus, that is where we find ourselves right now, or coming up here for this next trimester, semester switch here. And we'll be moving into the hybrid transitional AM/PM or an AB schedule. And I'll be showing examples of both of those as to what the board voted on back in July 14th, I believe, at that board meeting. And again, as mentioned earlier, that virtual academy for students who choose to stay in a distance learning format rather than come back to the in-person hybrid schedule. And what I'd like to say at that point right now is you're going to see in timelines the next steps that we're going to be working with our parents from each of the school sites on after they have this information and knowing the start dates and what things are going to look like, where do they see themselves there? And that will tell us kind of what this will look like in terms of how many teachers, how many students will be in virtual academy versus how many will be back on campus. And as always, we have the alternative educational options over on the right-hand side of the Folsom Cordova Community Charter, homeschooling, and Walnut Wood Independent Study. Next slide, please. What you're looking at right here is our elementary education proposed schedule for the hybrid. And again, what you'll notice is the AM/PM schedule here. And these times should look familiar. They are the traditional start and stop times for our traditional school schedules. And that was important for us to keep that consistency across the board. And again, with that ultimate plan of returning full schedule, traditional schedules with as little interruption and change as possible in that. So what you'll notice is that Mondays will stay in a distance learning format as we are finding ourselves right now. And then the Tuesday through Friday at 8:25 to 11 for the AM session and 12 o'clock to 2:37 for that PM session. Now, in between those is 1 hour of time that includes that 40 minutes for lunch time for the teachers and time for ingress and egress for students to come on campus with the ability not to mix those cohorts of students. And each site is working on and has developed in many cases during their WWSPs what the movement of students looks like on campus. And all of our sites are slightly different with entry points and exit points. So it's very important that we allowed our sites to individually develop those plans themselves to make it work and utilize the geography of their campuses to its safest conditions that they could. In this, you'll also notice that the special education, as voted on by the board back during the schedule votes, the self-contained students in special education will be there the full day during the AM and PM sessions. And the learning support will follow the general education students and their cohorts of students. Below this schedule, you'll see that we did a minute comparison here, and the AM sessions run typically 155 minutes, and the PM sessions are at 157 minutes. There's only a 2-minute discrepancy, and as you can see by that 2:37 exit time. And for the grades, if you remember, the grades TK through first are 180-minute requirements right now, and second through third are 230, and fourth on up through 12 through 240. So based on that math, once a student participates in their AM session, for the time that they are not on campus, you can see how many minutes, depending on their grade level of how many minutes of asynchronous time they would be involved in order to get to those minute requirements for each of the grade levels here. And again, to reiterate, if I am an AM session student, I would be in person with my teacher and my classmates during that AM session. And then I would go home and do distance learning and asynchronous work during that time in the PM session, while my classmates, the other half of my class, would be in person with the teacher. Next slide, please. What you'll see here is the middle and high school proposed schedules for hybrid. And again, the board will remember the discussions that we had on this that lasted for a few meetings in regards to whether we go AM, PM, whether we go an AB schedule, and it was settled on an AB schedule here. And as you can see here, that Mondays are set aside for distance learning, in which case PLCs, PD happens, teacher planning, all the things that we discussed 2 weeks ago, and I believe a month ago as well in the last board meetings. One thing that you might notice is a lack of times right now. And the reason for that is because of the number of different schedules that we have at each of our sites. And each of those sites are developing the times that these students would be on campus. But it's important to know that Group A will be there all day on their Tuesday, Thursday. They would show up, and again, the classes would be split up in approximately half, and half of the students would come on their Group A Tuesday and be there for the full day. The reason for the times is that we do have 6-period days, 7-period days, a 4x4 schedule, and we're working also on the passing times, adjusting those to minimize the chances of students grouping together. If we give a lot of time in between passing periods, it almost promotes stopping and talking. So we are finding that fine line of giving enough time to get to classes, but not enough time to congregate and talk. And again, each of the sites are working on their path of their movements on campus and really minimizing student contact with different cohorts. The other thing I really want to point out here is that due to the fact that we have Group Bs and ABs, if I am a Group A student on Tuesday and Thursday, on Wednesday, I am not on campus. I am distance learning, and it would be asynchronous time. My teacher would be in front of my other classmates. So I would not be doing any synchronous learning during that time because my teacher is busy with the other half of my student group. So in essence, I'm seeing my teacher in person 2 days a week in this model. And I wanted to be transparent about that and make sure that it was understood that when I'm not on campus, my teacher is with another group of students on that opposite day. Next slide, please. So the reopening dates, and we've seen these days quite a few times coming up, especially 2 weeks ago during our last board meeting. The elementary schools are set for November 9th as an opening date, and we have a future, I say future, I believe it's the next item on the board agenda tonight, which is the elementary waiver. And you will see tonight on that agenda item that date has also been adjusted to November 9th, which completely matches up with this. So the elementary open date, regardless of whether we go through this path of staying in the red or going with the waiver process, is November 9th for our target date. Middle schools are set for November 30th and high schools for January 4th. And again, I know this was mentioned 2 weeks ago. We have so many different schedules between our secondary schools. Our elementaries are all on trimesters. Some of our middle schools are on trimesters, semesters, and we have high schools on semesters and quarters as well. So that is why we have a few different dates there. And again, trying to match up with the MOU on matching this up to the end of the grading periods as well. Next slide, please. So next steps, there are a lot of them on this next slide, and I'm going to brush over a couple of them a little quicker than others because they've come up multiple times. And such as the first one here, the beginning of the small cohorts of instruction for special education, that October 19th date is still set for that. What you'll see here in October 9th, which actually is tomorrow, that elementary sites, due to elementary opening up earlier on November 9th, starting as early as tomorrow, we're going to begin working with our families and staff to adjust the enrollment in hybrid or virtual academy. And what I mean by that is, as mentioned before, we're going to begin reaching out to our staff and students and parents now that they have more information, and we can speak with more detail and specificity to what things will look like, the dates that we're opening, and what schedules will look like, to make sure that, are you comfortable here coming back to this from a parent and student perspective? And or would you be looking to stay in distance learning and going to a virtual academy? And this is where we're going to get that data and that information on how we are going to be able to regroup students, regroup teachers, find out where everybody fits at this point. And we will have a place for everybody. It's just a matter of, we need to know what the decisions are at this point for our families. And that will take place starting tomorrow through next week. And the following week, elementary will begin their balancing and looking to see what teachers we have for the hybrid, what students we have coming back to hybrid, and who is choosing distance learning at that point. Down to the middle schools, as you see, they're going to begin starting work on that October 12th through the 19th. One of the nice pieces about staggering these start dates for elementary, middle, and high is that we can all learn from each other as we go through this. So as elementary navigates this process of coming back, we are going to learn lessons, no doubt about it, that will assist the future schools in their opening as we go through the weeks here. And then middle schools will also have to adjust and reschedule to make sure that we have spaces for everybody where they need to be at that time. That's October 20th. The high schools are going to start working with their families also in late October. And we have mentioned this numerous times through this entire process, that the high school schedule rebuild is going to be a monumental task for our high schools, as well as the middle schools. And that process will begin taking place on October 26th after we get responses from families. And again, those 3 dates, we want to reiterate those. You're going to see them, I believe, one more time possibly before we end here. Elementary schools for November 9th, middle schools for November 30th, and high schools proposed opening on January 4th. Next slide, please. So what we have here is just kind of a recap of the board actions that have taken place over the last several months, and why we're here right now based on the September 24th Board of Education meeting, and then the change in our tiers for Sacramento County based on September 29th. And a reminder that the minute we move into a tier, the county has a requirement that the county stays in that tier for 14 days without regressing back into, say, purple at this point. So we'll be watching that very carefully and staying in conversations with CDPH and SCPH as well. At the July 14th, 2020 board meeting, as I mentioned a few times this evening, again, that is where that elementary AM PM hybrid schedule came from, and the secondary AB hybrid schedule came from. And as promised, there are the 3 dates again, as a reminder: November 9th for elementary, November 30th for middle schools, and January 4th for the high schools. And I believe the next slide is questions, and I'm happy to assist with any questions, and we do have all team members available to ask or answer questions from their areas of expertise.
Great, thank you, Curtis. I greatly appreciate the presentation. I will bring it before the board for questions, and we will take it out to the public. Just to let the public know that in order to participate, please raise your hand. It will be 20 maximum with 2-minute time limit on that. So just an FYI. So I'll go ahead and entertain questions from the board first.
President, Chris, I'll start.
Yes, Mr. Short.
I want to go back to the slide where we're talking about frontline testing and tracking. As it all happened in Placer County when the Rockland School worked up, I think Rockland School worked up the first week, they had 3 positive tests, and the board had to decide to close or not close. But I think there was a petition with parents concerned about safety. So I think safety is the #1 thing that we need to concern about, not only for our kids, our parents, but especially for our teachers and staff that go there. So with these tools that we have, I was impressed with the frontline screening tool and she mentioned that it would be like 4 to 5 weeks. And then the contact tracing sounds like we got that in place under those criteria when we close the school, when we send kids home. My question is, are we going to have ample amount of time to get all these tools in place, get all the filters and all the AC conditioners, everything in place that we saw here tonight, to align up with the timeline that we have here, and that staff has time, and that everybody feels comfortable with this, because I think it's really important that everybody feels comfortable, feels safe. So I think that's a broad-based question, but I think really the testing, the screening is going to be key, and plus all the PPE. And I think that was really impressive to see the new, I guess new. That's impressive too, that we're going to be sterilizing, AM, PM desk, and that way we have the cohorts and everything sterilized as much as possible. But I think the testing is important. So do we have ample amount of time to do all this to make it a very safe environment for everybody? Can't hear.
I would probably defer to Matt and facilities on half of your question, and Carrie Kay on the other one regarding the front line specifics. So if those if they are both available, I would appreciate them to take on those two questions.
I am here. And so the timeline of 4 to 5 weeks, certainly it's going to be cutting it close for the elementary reopening of the target date of November 9. I think that is 5 weeks. But I think we can do it. I think, even it's a technology platform. We all know that those things take a little time. There's a learning curve for sure, but Frontline has a great team. And I know we have a great team within our district, within our ETIS department. And then I'm confident that we'll hit that target. Yes.
So like when we opened up Teams and everything else, I just want to make sure that we have the ample training and lead time on that learning curve, not only with our teachers, but how.
Yeah. So actually today we had a meeting with our school nurses, and Frontline did a 30-minute demo. Again, it was an introductory demo. It wasn't letting us really get in and do hands-on yet. But there are tools built in within Frontline so that if you get into it and you have questions, you can go learn again. But they are going to be walking us through, their team will be walking our team through and hands-on training via Zoom on how to use the tools and how to set templates and all of those things.
Now, other districts using this software platform, are you familiar with other successful implementations?
They have been using it. Well, they've been using it, not the COVID tool. That one is new, of course, but their health office and their mental health office, so that we can have good documentation of these things. Those have been in place for over 20 years. And then the Frontline tool is obviously a new development, but I believe Fresno Unified is using it. And then just as I've been talking to my school nurse colleagues in Sacramento County and let them know that we had decided to adopt this, there's definitely interest within our other districts in the county, like, how does that work? And tell us more. So as far as I know, they have not adopted it, but they are definitely looking into it as well.
Okay, that's really good. I just think that would be a really good tool for us to have in place before we open up. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you.
Now the other questions, I guess, for Matt.
Yeah, and regarding the physical plant, we are in place for meeting the guideline or the timelines that we have. We have, as you can see from the video, we have done our filtration in the assessment classrooms. We're nearly complete for the next phase, which is in-person instruction for special ed. Filters are coming for that. There's just a few spaces that hard to find filters, and we're communicating with rooms that won't have those, but probably 95+% of those rooms will have it. They're already starting putting them in place for the beginning of the elementary instruction to meet the deadline for that for November 9th. And as far as filtration and cleaning all those units and opening up the dampers. And also for November 30th, we are ordering equipment as we speak to replace any units that may have issues in the future by putting in some of the MERV 13 filters. We are working with outside contractors as well as in-house staff as much as possible to make sure all these units are clean, disinfected, dampers are opened, filters are installed. We have already ordered, as you see, plexiglass for staff. We have a shipment coming in next week, or the assessment rooms already have it in place. We have a shipment coming in for some of the kindergarten and K-1-2 classrooms. We have additional plexiglass that we'll be ordering for some other specialty rooms as we move down the road. As you can see, we have a large supply of masks and face shields, gloves, those kind of PPE. We met today, yesterday, pretty much every day on all of our protocols. We had principals meetings yesterday, today to talk about how we're going to line out spacing, social distance markers, egress and ingress signage on the campus, providing certain things like turning off water fountains, establishing playground rules, hand washing, sanitization schedules. So those are things that we are working on. Keith Elliott's done a great job of taking the schedules that are presented based on the proposed elementary and secondary schedules and working out a cleaning schedule that can assume between cohorts they'll be clean. It's going to be a team effort. I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of people who are going to have to participate to make sure that max amount of cleaning is being done, but his staff is prepared. We've ordered foggers, misters, and equipment, PPE equipment to be able to tackle that. So there's a lot. We've talked with other districts. We've met actually with Rockland, with Rescue. We're trying to take what they have learned and apply some of those measures to what we need to do, working closely with Carrie and Jennifer and Sac County Public Health. So, there's a lot of moving parts, but I think we feel confident that we can have, these measures in place.
Will that also be include the HVAC units for the high schools? Because those are bigger units. And I know some people, the atmospheres are not zoned. Or do we have old units out there that need to be replaced that can't be retrofitted with MRFs? Is that what you were talking about? Replacing some of them?
Yeah, and what's interesting is probably 99% of the units can handle a MERV 13 filter. What's interesting is that you have units that when they start getting 25 years old, having a MERV 13 actually restricts airflow. So you need to increase airflow. So it makes the unit run harder. A harder, faster, older unit has more potential for breaking down. So we're looking at some of these older units and replacing some of those. As you can see later on, there's for all 4 middle schools, we have a contract to replace because we have some older units at some of those schools. So we're already looking at replacing those units in anticipation of them being able to run better with the MERV 13 filters than struggling and perhaps going down. And then we have to start replacing those units as they go down and kids. And so it may be perhaps sacrificing ventilation. So we're trying to be proactive and look at what we can order ahead of time to make sure those units run at their highest maximum efficiency in some of the older units. But all the units really were pretty accommodating for MERV 13. Some are a little more difficult to find the specific filters, but we're working very actively. Maintenance and operation is doing a yeoman's job in getting these units up to speed.
So there's a lot of talk about the required air exchange rate. Most of them are certified, or can you measure that air exchange rate for most of these units? And the second question is, when you open those dampers up, that gets fresh air in there, it exhausts out, I presume, and exhausts in and out to get fresh air. What happens if the air quality, like smoke on the outside, what the protocols do we have in place? If we have smoke outside, we'd have to shut the dampers down because you're inhaling smoke. So then I guess we'd have to have a protocol to close the classrooms at the time. Because that's our new norm now is bad air quality too.
Well, that's what even the MOU refers to as open up fresh air as safely permits. Mm-hmm. So obviously, if you have bad air quality, then you wouldn't want to bring in more fresh air. So that's where safety permits. Another big issue is comfort. We have, as you know, everybody likes air differently. Some people, they can be freezing at the same temperature somebody else can boiling. So we struggle with that because what happens when you open more fresh air in? Then you have to try to either cool or heat that fresh air more. So your motors are running more. But if you're bringing in a lot more air, people feel that cool air. So now they think it's cold. Well, no, it's not cold. It's just you're bringing more fresh air. So now you have to try to heat that. So there's a fine line between adjusting between what's bringing in max amount of fresh air and adjusting for the comfort level for the individuals within that room. And that's that fine balance. We're working with mechanical engineer. We're working with ASHRAE regulations to try to determine what that is. It's not just a fine science. You just go in and just set them all. So we're trying to look what a happy medium is to set it in to try to get the most fresh air and still maintain that comfort. And we're also looking at doing an air flush. So, prior to school starting, you do an air flush to flush out that room prior to anybody being in there. And then you start bringing it down to the comfort level of where it's at. We've contracted with 2 of our control companies to inspect every air damper to determine at where we can open it at, and either manually or automatically to bring in that amount of fresh air.
So does that meet the minimum air exchanges? Is there some type of CDC guideline or anything that the county health is putting down for air exchange rates?
We were looking at that, and we don't really see a guideline. They kind of refer to EPA or ASHRAE, which goes to ASHRAE. So those are some of the guidelines we're trying to look at for guidance on what that is. Because you can open it up more than that. We're already Title 24 already requires a certain amount of fresh air exchange as required, which is above and beyond what any residential or probably even most commercial business already have based on Title 24. So we're already doing a lot of fresh air exchange based on that, and we'll just see what we can do in order to increase that to a certain level to make sure that we're maximizing the fresh air without sacrificing comfort level.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to be using a lot more energy too. And
absolutely.
How long do the MERV filters have to be exchanged out? Do they last 90 days, 30 days at these rates?
Yeah, we're looking at probably 3 to 4 times a year to change those out. Cleaning our units has helped. Obviously, with the smoke, we've cleaned a lot of that out. So obviously, it depends on the air quality. If it was smoky like it has been, it would be more often. But because they are a thicker filter, it will require more changes. And obviously, for the life of the unit, you will need to change them more often. So we'll probably have to change them a little more often than the previous filters.
Which that comes to my last question. I'll give the board more opportunity to answer their questions. As all the schools start opening up, everybody's going to be doing this. So the supply and demand on filters, because when I went down to try to get a MERV filter in my house, it was sold out. And I had to wait 2 or 3 weeks just to get it, because I'm back order. So do you foresee that problem, or can we be ordering ahead of time? Because I think everybody's going to run into that supply and demand problem.
We've already ordered at least 2 complete changes.
Okay.
That has been obviously the challenge, is finding the filters. We're getting them in the time frame to meet these deadlines, but it is challenging. We've gone to 4 or 5 different sources. I've contacted colleagues at other districts. Everybody's sharing where their resources are. Rockland actually drove a truck to the Bay Area in order to pick up filters the day before school started.
Yeah.
So, people are doing what they can. Sometimes you might pay more of a premium if there's a hard to find one. But it is a challenge. This is all this is. Plexiglass, all these kind of things are just a longer time frame. So, that's why we have to order in a time manner that we hopefully receive those. And if we don't have a specific room, then we communicate that out, say this room will not be ready by a certain time. But so far, that's been very, very few.
So my final question, and I'll let the board go, is I know this is costing quite a penny. So what is the range cost do you think this is going to cost us?
That varies. There's a lot of PPE. There's a lot of different things going into it.
But the HVAC units, that's expensive.
Oh yeah, millions. We're into the several $1 million. You can see in the LCP we have designated, I believe it was $6.5 million for filtration, HVAC, controls, that portion of it. So we've got that portion of it dialed out for the LCP and for those kind of things, and then whatever other funding that we may have to go into these
Okay. Thank you, Matt. You're doing a good job. I'm very impressed with what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I have a handful of questions. My first question has to do with cleaning. I think there's some maybe confusion out there, especially among teachers, as to what is their responsibility and what is staff's responsibility. So I think it's probably more in secondary where classes are coming in and out. So in the 5 minutes or so that you have to transition between classrooms, how are those classrooms being cleaned, or are they being cleaned, or are they only being cleaned once a day?
Well, I mean, we haven't started yet, and we're still looking at those schedules. Obviously, 5 minutes between every class is not going to allow custodians to go in and clean every one of those. I can tell you what other districts are doing. That is going to be a discussion item that I think we'll have to discuss in more detail. It's a variety. We looked at several districts, and it's anywhere from the teachers are wiping them down in between when they have a couple of minutes in between major cohorts. The custodians come in and clean. Some of the teachers will spray it down, and then it dries. The students will come in and wipe it off if it's wet. The participation by everybody has been really good in these other districts. Other staff comes in and volunteers as needed. But when you're talking 5 minutes in between classes, it's going to take a team effort. I think there'll be more discussion about that as we move forward to the secondary levels.
Okay. As for Chromebooks, so currently we issued all the Chromebooks out, and they're at home with the students. So obviously we don't have a supply of Chromebooks in the classrooms now because they're in the students' hands. So will we be asking the students to transport the Chromebooks back and forth from home to school and back to home with them, much the same way as a textbook in their backpack? What's the plan there?
So really good question. That is absolutely coming up. And I think you're going to see a few different options based on what the needs are going to be for each of the schools. So I'll start with elementary, for instance. One of the needs for a Chromebook at the elementary level is, of course, going to be assessment. And so we are going to be working with teachers and working with our lead teachers as well to make the best curricular decisions based on, I think what you were alluding to is having a 6 or 7 year old bring a Chromebook every day and back home and back, that might present some challenges. So looking at what an assessment day might look like where we need those Chromebooks there for them and have them bring their own. But an everyday option for an elementary student to bring it back onto campus and back home for their asynchronous learning is probably not the best approach we want to take. So we've been talking with the lead teachers who are going to begin discussions with the teachers as well about what are our priorities as we get the children back in front of us, of course, and how often would we need that Chromebook with them? And then we will solve the problem based on what the needs are from the teachers and the students. As we get up into the middle and high schools, and Dr. Huber and myself, along again with the leads and other teachers and groups, are having the same discussions with how often do we need these? And again, this will come into one of those variables about how many students make the choice for distance learning versus are there teachers who are unable to return. So we need to balance that with the curricular needs of our students as well. But it's a great question and we're still working on that. But from an elementary perspective, we absolutely want to minimize the amount of time those Chromebooks are traveling to and from school, just for the obvious reasons.
Yeah. Just one observation on that, at least for the secondary level, is I don't know if other people are like me, but you get into a habit, right? And if you get in a habit of bringing the Chromebook from home to school and back to home every day, then you won't run into a scenario where a student forgets to bring the Chromebook, because I suspect that's where the problems are going to arise, is when a student comes to school forgetting to bring the Chromebook because they forgot, oh, this is my Chromebook day. And all of a sudden, they are not able to participate in an assignment, or even, if there are spare Chromebooks, you potentially are sharing Chromebooks with students in different periods. So I'm sure that's something you're looking at as well.
It absolutely is. And every point you just brought up has been a discussion topic already for us. Yes.
Okay. Next question is regarding spacing of desks. I think this question was asked way back when, like maybe even in June. Have we confirmed in all of our classrooms that we can get half of the class in the classroom space 6 feet 6 feet out, or are we going to have challenges in some of our classes of being able to fit half of the class in the room?
So I can speak a little bit to that. And I know Matt, in fact, I'm going to let Matt answer this first, and then I'll give my 2 cents as well.
Yeah, we've gone out to many classrooms to determine we can. Obviously, at most of the elementary, it's much easier because the class sizes are smaller. And we're using the desks together, so we're having like an A, B. So you sit at one, and then the next cohort would sit at the next one. It's fairly easy. We've looked at the secondary level. We're going to order some plexiglass. We have some smaller science rooms where we have some challenge where we have tables. We're ordered plexiglass for kindergarten because they're at tables, so they can't maintain a social distance. So at kindergarten, we've ordered plexiglass. We have some 1 through 3rd grades at some schools where they have tables, so we're ordering plexiglass for those. Otherwise, we have desks where we can move it out. Depending on the ultimate class sizes at secondary, we've spaced out some classrooms to get up to 17 to 18 students and maintain that 6 foot. So we have done that. We are going to have each site lay out their classrooms, and then we'll go out, meet with them to see how they're doing it. Obviously, we can't have one group do 1,000 classrooms on their own. We need each school to lay it out based on certain guidelines. And then if there's a certain spot that we need to provide plexiglass or something we need to do, we will also do that. We may have to move some classes. Obviously, the kindergarten, we have some AM, PM. So if you have an AM, PM, and then you create an AM, PM, obviously you'll need another classroom. So we have to look at some locations or extra space for that. But it is something that we've looked at, and I think for most cases, it can be accommodated by social distancing with some plexiglass in specific locations.
Okay, thank you. Next question has to do with teacher transition time. And I don't mean transition time between classes. I mean transition time between the distance learning to the hybrid. Is there any feeling that the teachers need a day or two off to transition? So for example, on the 9th is a Monday. Has there been any discussion about perhaps making the Friday before a complete asynchronous day, which would then give the teachers an additional day to plan for the transition to a hybrid schedule? Or do we expect the teachers to be teaching the normal Friday and then flip the switch, and then on Monday they're in a hybrid?
So we have been discussing exactly what that calendar looks like at that time, and looking at a couple interesting things. And again, we're dealing with 3 different start times here: the elementary starting on the 9th, the middle's on the 30th, and the high school's on the 4th. And so each of those present a little bit different of a transition when you look at the actual calendar that's taking place between the teaching periods. So I'll use elementary as an example. So I believe the 6th, if I'm doing my dates in my head correctly, would be the Friday, which would be a typical teaching day. When we go to a Monday, the Mondays right now, and as well as in the proposed calendar, are distance learning days, short of that 20 minutes of synchronous class time meeting and distance learning right now. We are also looking at that Tuesday would actually be the first day as students would walk onto campus for their first, I guess, look at their campus and the new norm for them for the time being, how to come onto campus. And what the talks have been surrounding is the training it's going to take and giving that time to really show what this looks like. And again, looking at that calendar, the following day is a holiday with no students or teachers on campus. And then the day after that being Veterans Day, and then back on Thursday, Friday for 2 hybrid days. So again, when we look at the 30th and the 4th, they each present a little bit different challenge. So long story short, yes, we're absolutely having discussions about what does this transition look like between distance learning and coming into this hybrid schedule, and how do we make this as smooth of a transition, not only for the students, but the staff as well.
Okay. This one actually, I guess, is probably for Matt. It deals with the HVAC. And I think I know the answer, but I want to clarify because I've seen on social media some people thinking that when they saw that we need to replace the HVAC units at all 4 middle schools, people commenting, well, how's that possible? Sutter Middle School is a brand new facility. I suspect in the Sutter Middle School, we're talking about the older buildings, correct? We're not talking about replacing the new equipment we just purchased.
Absolutely. We're not replacing anything new. It's at least 20 years old. We have the C wing that's back there, the gym, select locations. The 2-story building at Folsom Middle is the only building we're talking. All the other facilities, they're newer. So Mitchell, there's some isolated areas. Mills, they're over 20 years old. So it's very specific locations where they're older units.
That's all right. That's what I thought. Let's see. Also, probably for Matt on the HVAC. Will there be a disinfectant and cleaning of the HVAC on a rotation basis after the first, once you get to all the schools, what you're doing right now, will they be on a regular schedule to go back and do additional disinfecting and cleaning of the units?
We haven't really talked about that. I mean, a lot of these things we're doing is above and beyond what was even asked of us, what was even above and beyond the MOU. It was just stuff that we thought was things that need to be doing, extra flush into the classroom, disinfecting, cleaning the units. I mean, those are things that we took upon ourselves to provide extra protection and effort and make sure the units were inspected and in good running condition. I think we need to have a regular program that we can do as far as PM to make sure they're cleaned and inspected on a regular basis. Obviously, that takes time and it takes staff and it takes money, but I think it's a commitment. If we're continuing on with this epidemic, then we're going to have to continue with certain measures to make sure that the units are operating effectively.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, I liked that video that the district put together to be able to visualize what the cleaning of the systems look like. That was very informational. Let's see. I guess my next question is, all right, let's say we do have a class that we have to I don't know if the word is close, but basically say, all right, there's a possibility of some positive cases in that classroom. So when those students, when that classroom closes, I assume they go back to a virtual model, correct? It's not that they go home and there's no education going on at all with them. Is that correct?
That would be absolutely correct. They would stay in their class, their cohort with their teacher, and move into a distance learning model.
Okay, all right. Next question has to do with what we have heard has happened with El Dorado County and Placer County and the schools that reopened there. Do we have any estimate of what percentage of students chose to go back to the hybrid and what percentage of students in those 2 counties chose to remain virtual? I was just curious.
The data that I have to share is more just from conversations with the principal and the facilities person in one of the schools that we visited in one of the districts. And what was interesting in what he said was it was very unique to school site. Some school sites had a large percentage of students choosing to come back and families choosing to be in person, and then there would be a very large difference in the other schools within the same basically community and district. So it was very unique to the parent population of that site. So there wasn't any pattern that they were noticing.
I mean, is there a range like between 40 and 70 or 30 and 80? I mean,
so an example of an elementary school that I visited and toured around, they had a total, I believe the population of that school was 450 students, and they had about 50 students that chose not to return.
Okay. All right. And then my last question, and I suppose it's a strange question, and it's actually for Carrie Kay. So if you're an individual who suffers from anosmia, obviously if you're asked the question, have you lost a sense of smell? The answer is always going to be yes. So how are we going to track people who suffer from anosmia? I mean, it's either that, they either lie and say no, or they say yes, and it's just because they lost the sense of smell.
That is a good question, and you're right, it's a very unique question. So I think I'll take it to a more global answer, in that at the beginning of the school year, or when folks enroll, they go to InfoSnap and disclose health concerns. And then that transfers obviously into PowerSchool, and nurses do the follow-up with parents and students regarding those health concerns, and emergency health care plans are then developed and communicated to necessary staff, teachers on an as needed basis. And so if we had someone who had that condition, or let's say asthma or migraines, we would be communicating those things. In a typical school year, those are communicated, prior to the beginning of the first day of school. Certainly this year they have been communicated, but we're not having to use them in the same capacity until we're back on campus. But it's a communication chain. And then if that student, or let's say it's a staff member who has that health concern, you have to take that into account. And that's where you rely on nursing judgment to look at the individual student. And are there any other symptoms? Is there a known exposure? Maybe they attended a family gathering or a sports event or something like that. So we have to ask those follow-up questions and clarifying questions before you can just make a decision about the next steps.
Okay. I mean, I admit it's a rare condition, and it's a personal one to me because I lost my sense of smell 15 years ago. And whenever I go to a doctor's office or someplace and they say, have you, they go through the list, quite frankly, I always lie on that question because I lost my sense of smell 15 years ago. And so, what's the point of saying yes to them? Because then all of a sudden they're gonna be like, whoa. So I know it's a fairly rare condition, but it does exist. And I just, want to highlight that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you for bringing that up. And certainly it is a rare condition, but children and adults with asthma or migraines or other kinds of chronic conditions or health needs, those have to be taken into consideration in the bigger picture, because certainly we also have in mind attendance and not just sending folks home to stay home for 14 days. If there's a way that we can problem solve and walk through the scenarios and figure out what is the best option. So thank you.
Yeah, that's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover.
Carrie, I did want to follow up on that. Just can you talk a little bit about kind of the protocols? I know I've been getting a lot of questions about this. If someone tests positive, whether it be a student or teacher, what are the I guess these are based on county protocols, but what would the what would the protocols be for dealing with that situation, and what can families and teachers kind of expect?
Sure. So the COVID illness and quarantine guidelines, the graphic on that, actually the next slide, if you want to advance to the next slide, Kelly, again, that might be helpful to have a visual. So this is, it is a part of the written worksite safety plan. So school sites have had this for a number of weeks. And then, like I said, HR and myself and our current COVID response team are using this as we come into staff who have these kinds of concerns. And so, yes, we're working with Sacramento County Public Health. And this is one of the tools that we are using in addition to having everyone trained in the contact tracing process and sharing that common language. So if we have a student or a staff member, let's say who has not been at school, and they test positive and share that information with us. Right now, that's the case with staff members, but we're going to have students who that's the case. So if they have not been to school, the cohort or that classroom impacted would actually stay open. Now, if they have been to school, we would isolate the folks or folk who is positive, and then the other folks who are in the classroom and impacted would be quarantined for 14 days. And there's explanation there with an A person, a B person, a C person, and a D person. And so it's a multi-step process. It takes a lot of communication, takes being empathetic with the folks that you're talking with, because this is obviously a very sensitive subject. And staff members, if they don't have to be home for 14 days, don't want to be, nor do we want students to be home. But we also need to look at this from the lens of being in a pandemic, in a situation where we've never been before. And so there will be those instances where we have to take those kinds of steps. And as Mr. Wilson pointed out, if that's the case, distance learning would be the option. We won't just discontinue learning for that time period. Does that help? I know it's a shorter answer.
That's perfect. I just wanted kind of a basic overview of it. So I appreciate that. That's great. Very helpful. If the board approves a timeline tonight to return, when can families and teachers expect to be surveyed about what choice they plan to make in regards to coming back to the classroom?
So one of the things that we're doing, and of course elementary is the first one to return, so that's going to be the first survey, and that the timelines and the next steps give a range, but we are looking to put out the first survey tomorrow afternoon. One of the reasons we wanted to wait until after the board meeting was to confirm the dates, of course, should this be approved on this discussion item, and take into account any questions that may come up from the board or any questions that may come up from the public during discussion. So we have a meeting tomorrow morning with all the principals, all the elementary principals at 9:30 in the morning to finalize the survey to make sure it's giving us the information that it won't be the final information, but it's enough for us to gauge and then know what to ask next. So as early as tomorrow afternoon, and looking for the survey to be open for a few days so that we can close it and then follow up with questions that we might have to gather a little bit more information based off the responses.
And for the teachers?
The teachers, we're looking at a very similar timeline.
Okay.
And HR has already been interacting with several teachers that are bringing up concerns that they may have and going through that interactive process with HR.
Okay. Just a couple more, because I know the public, I want to let them speak and ask their questions. But if we do get to orange in October, which is the goal right now, that we're, the county is pushing, SCOE is pushing, obviously I think everyone wants to get to progress. And our district chooses not to open high schools until January. Will we be able to skip that hybrid model for high schools? Because in our roadmap, it lays out that we potentially could open using a different model if we're in the orange tier. And could we reopen based on the model set forth in our roadmap?
I'm going to ask Carrie Kay to respond, because I did ask her to check with Sac County Public Health on this specific question. Can we skip anywhere in the progression? Carrie?
It's a great question, and we did get clarification from Sacramento County Public Health. And moving into that orange tier, which we all want to be able to do, unless the county or the state really at this point relaxes any of the public health guidance regarding social distancing, that's the specific one that really makes a secondary scenario challenging, we would still need to be in a hybrid form at that point because of the 6-foot distancing. We can still wear masks, we can still hand wash, and we can still be mindful of groups. But when you have that recommendation for social distancing, the county, unless they relax those, would still advise us to be in the hybrid model, even in the orange.
Understood. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, and then my last question for now would be, are we looking at creative ways to engage students in a hybrid model to maximize the number of teachers and students that are able to safely participate, such as using live streaming technology or other types of technology?
So yes, the quick answer is yes, we are looking into every possibility out there. And again, as the board has mentioned throughout this evening and previous evenings, we have counties, surrounding counties that are stages ahead of us, a stage or so ahead of us. And we have been going and observing and interacting with them and learning from their lessons learned and looking at what works, what doesn't. And we do have a few models that show that. And what we are learning very quickly is there is no perfect model, that each of the decisions that any of the districts make in terms of interacting with those students, using technology to increase that engagement comes with some challenges as well. And so we are balancing out those challenges with our ability to do it in a timely manner, the ability of training that would be necessary to do that, and then looking at bandwidth and things like that. So right now, what we're planning, and again, elementary is going to be our first go into this hybrid model. And we hope to learn some lessons there and see if we can do exactly what you're saying, is increasing that engagement through creative ways as well. I know I talked around that a little bit, but we are looking into those things to specifically answer your question. Okay.
I look forward to hearing more, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Ms. Ranking.
Thank you. A lot of us probably had the same questions since we've been getting so many emails with the same questions. So I wanted to thank staff. I thought the presentation was very helpful. It's eased some of my concerns. I think one of the best things we can do for our staff and families is to try to answer as many questions as we can and ease their concerns about going to the classroom. So one of the things that we said is, it's easy to open schools. Keeping them open is going to be the challenge. Carrie, do you know what would happen if, taking this the other way, we reverted back to purple in, say, December, if something happened and we went backwards? I know there's protocol that we have a certain number of cases, we close the classroom, we close the school, we close the district. What happens if the whole county goes back to purple?
Currently, the guidance is that we would be able, if we're in a hybrid model, we would be able to stay in that hybrid model. So I think we can be confident in that, unless there is some other guidance that would be issued from the county level that would make that change. And I know it would probably be a county-wide kind of a thing at that point. But the current guidance is that if you're already in that hybrid model, you could continue in that model.
So could that hurt us if we weren't in our high school model and we went to purple in January? Or is the district considered open if some of our, or do we even know the answer to that question?
I would actually take that one back to Dr. Casserier and the schools team for clarification, because I haven't asked that specific question. I know other districts are looking at timelines like we are as well, a phased reopening approach. So I'd be happy to ask that and then share that with Dr. Koligian.
Yeah, so when that question just came to me, I wasn't planning to ask.
Good, yeah.
Because We're not open.
This is a real-time conversation, and we're all learning. Absolutely.
So I want to go back then to the timeline a little bit, perhaps Mr. Wilson. It seems to me, is November 30th between a trimester and a semester for the middle schools, and how is that impacting the schedules for these schools?
So we have a couple of our middle schools are on different schedules, so yes, if I was to look at a schedule, I'd have to pull up the calendar to get my exact dates right now. But that November 30th is not the perfect date to all encompass catch all of our middle schools. But in discussions with the middle school principals, they've assured us that the date works and it works just fine, and we can slide back into that hybrid model without huge concern based off of where each of their those calendars change for their semesters and trimesters.
So it doesn't create significant scheduling problems for the trimester schools?
No, anything that the challenges that it raises, they already have mitigation plans for.
Okay, because one of my first, when looking at the schedules, it seemed to me like November 30th, they're coming back for 14 days, 15 days. Are we taking a lot of risk there, having them back instead of just waiting till January and have all the secondary schools come back then?
Right. And that was a discussion even when we were first talking with elementary starting dates through that waiver, if you remember correctly. November 30th was the first date that we were discussing for waiver before Sac County moved. And so what we're discussing is that the other way of looking at it is it's a nice way to start and then have a break and learn from any lessons for those first 2 weeks to see if we need to change anything from that point. So there are two ways of looking at that, and there's pros and cons to each of those.
And did we consider starting a trimester and the semester on a semester and splitting up the middle schools? Having the two, or is that just complicating it more than we need?
Complication was what came up on that, and we wanted to stay as consistent as possible.
Okay, I'll hold my thoughts for after public comments. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranking. I want to give our student board member a chance to ask questions before I step in. Student board member Gallant.
Yeah, I just had one question. Are there ways we are engaging students on those asynchronous work days and having them follow a schedule, or is it more of just like they're given the homework and they can create their own schedule of work and when they want to complete that?
So that we're still in discussions on that, on what that day is going to look like. And a lot of it, again, that's why I brought up that specific difference in what we're doing now in full distance learning with somewhat of a schedule on each of the days versus the 2 in-person days and those other 2 being full distance learning days. So each of the schools are addressing the best way to help students stick with a schedule and have that asynchronous work, what that will look like for the students. So there is more to come on that planning.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So obviously I have a ton of questions that I was jotting down. The frontline software that's linking to PowerSchool. Quick question on that. Are we going to how are we going to educate our parents on how to use that? I'm just kind of curious. I know some will catch on. My concern is maybe our ESL families may not be able to grasp that, or may not even have the wherewithal to have the software for it or the app for it. So how do we get that information to them and let them know, hey, this is what you do to pre-screen or whatever?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. There'll be paper notification that goes out, some letters that are sent out to all families. And then certainly all the things that we do in terms of texting, emailing, Peach Jar. So there'll be like a informational campaign about it, as well as in videos, instructional videos on how to use either the app or access the online web-based, and it is single sign-on. Folks have to have a login and password. And so it's going to be a learning curve. I don't expect it to go without some wrinkles here and there. It's going to take some patience on everyone's part, but I truly think that it's going to be a good tool for us as we progress through the rest of this school year.
Okay, what if, coming at you, what if they need that support? Who do they reach out to? Is it you?
We haven't, right now it might be. We haven't identified specific folks yet, but in terms of being able to support bilingual families or multiple lingual families, I certainly do not have that capacity myself, but I know that there are some folks within our district that we could reach out to and kind of create that team of people who might be able to answer questions and troubleshoot. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. One thing that had me a little concerned, and it was the conversation about our elementary schools and the ordering of plexiglass. Question, has the plexiglass been ordered?
Yes.
Timeline of it being delivered. Will it be delivered by November 9th?
Elementary is being delivered by August 27th for kindergarten.
You might want to correct that, not August.
October 27th, excuse me.
Gotcha.
For kindergarten. Assessment classrooms have already been received. Kindergarten, actually, take that back. The kindergarten is going to be delivered October 14th. That's the expected delivery date. We have additional preschools and some other classes on the 27th. And then we have some other classrooms for science for secondary level being delivered the 1st of November. That's the expected delivery dates.
And let's just say that we had a curious board member that may want to come out and take a look to see how that's looking in the classroom. Are we able to come out and kind of take a look?
It's already set up in the assessment rooms. That was done by the 28th of September. So
okay.
Those are already set up in the assessment rooms. And then I said, the 14th, it'll take a few days. We'll get the kindergarten set up. And then we have some in some specific areas in preschool. And we have some ordered for food service. And then we're going to be ordering some for the science rooms in some of the schools where we can't maintain social distancing. And then we have some we just ordered that will be delivered by November 4th for the grades 1 through 3 on 5 elementary schools where we have tables.
Gotcha. Okay. So what's the maximum amount of students in a classroom? Let's say middle school. The maximum number of students that we can have in a classroom during the hybrid, group A, group B.
I probably would like instruction folks to answer. I believe 37 is the loading total, so half of that, but I would prefer them to answer that question.
So you would probably think about, well, who can answer that? I'm just curious.
So it's different in a couple of the programs, but 37 is a good average number to put there. So you look at half of that, but we also have to remember that there are going to be families that are choosing to stay in distance learning that will change those numbers. So again, that's why we're interacting with parents as soon as tomorrow to allow us to really understand how many kids we will have in there and then split that cohort into two for that A/B model for the middle school and high schools and for the AMP model for the elementary schools. But a maximum that you would be looking at would be around 37 for a general education classroom.
Okay, and when we talk about cohorts, that just doesn't include students, correct? It does include the teacher or up to 2 adults. Am I correct on that?
Yes, there could be instructional assistants in those classrooms as well. And to go back to Mr. Washburn's point that if we can't maintain that social distancing of 6 feet with the desks, that's when we bring in other mitigation needs, such as plexiglass to split students up at a seat that is not distance enough. So there's a lot of variables at work here, and gathering the information about the students that are returning and looking at those class sizes will tell us our next steps for those things.
And I assume that if we had to go that route, that we would hire additional staff?
We will load the classes appropriately. And again, when we look at the lessons learned from other districts, there have been situations where the districts have had to hire teachers for various reasons, either to backfill staff members who were unable to return, or when numbers were greater than was allowable for the classroom, whether that be just through natural enrollment or I did not hear or see any that happened for the reason that you're asking about right now, that they had too many kids in the class to split. That's why there's allowances for less than 6 feet. There's other factors that other safety precautions that we could put in place for those. We don't anticipate many of those at all. But again, there are options for us when we get to those situations.
Okay. And I was very impressed by that cleaning thing, the Zoom or whatever you call it. So here's my question. Is that going to be the mechanism that we use to clean in between classes or clean the classes?
Yes, the new product you're talking about, yes, with this the sprayer and foggers, we can go in and clean a classroom in a matter of just a couple of minutes and spray the classroom. And I'll be in between the cohorts and also after school as well.
So you're telling me that well, is it going to be how many custodians? 1, 2?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say how many. It depends on the schedules, how many classes in between, what it's going to take. Our operations supervisor is working on that schedule. He had one developed before, and we had an AM PM schedule. When we go back with all grade levels in high school, we'll have to look at staffing and determine if we may need to bring subs in at that point on the schedules. Until we come back fully, you can bring custodial staff from the other schools to assist with that during those peak periods when they're changing, between AM and PM.
Okay. And I know Mr. Reed touched on this a little bit, but I just wanted a little more clarification about our teachers and the transition from distance learning to hybrid. Will they have any time to actually prepare for this? I mean, because maybe the answer was given and I just missed it, but I didn't hear anything about that.
So, I mean, that's definitely something we can be discussing. And again, we're dealing with 3 different timelines here, depending on what grade spans we're talking about.
Right. Well, let's just throw it out there. Let's say secondary.
Sure. So secondary, if you approve this timeline right now, I mean, there's 2 different styles of preparing. One is kind of wrapping our heads around the fact that this date is approaching, and so we'll have from, should this be approved tonight until then, to mentally prepare and start physically preparing for what needs to happen during that time. But I think more specifically, you're speaking of I'm probably going to use the wrong wording here, but release time or more distance learning time for students where teachers have time to go in and take care of that. And that would absolutely have to be a discussion that would take place with the teachers, with the, assuming the teachers bargaining unit, as well as human resources. And Dawn might be able to speak to that a little bit different, as this, I think, is honestly the first time that question has come up.
Okay, well, I like the wording that you said about mentally prepared, our teachers being mentally prepared, but I'll touch on that a little later. One thing that wasn't mentioned on this, and maybe I need an answer for it, transportation. To me, I don't know, with everything going on with the hybrid model and everything, that may be a logistical nightmare, don't you think?
I think I'll use it as a challenge. And again, one of the lessons we've learned from watching other districts, and again, I hesitate to throw this idea out because we have not made the final decision on this, but I will use an example from another district in terms of transportation. In their AM/PM model, and such as it is in our district when we do AM/PM kindergarten, transportation is only offered to one of those cohorts. And so sometimes that is the reason a parent will choose a PM kindergarten class, is due to the need for transportation where it's not offered in AM. So again, I go back to the example that was set by another district with the same challenges that basically said one of the ways they were able to balance out AM PMs was with that transportation. And again, not burdening transportation with double routes, having to do the same route twice, depending on where the students live. And so again, they use transportation in their PM only. And because we know the special education routes were running as well. So it looked almost like a normal transportation route, just in a much more condensed period of time. But again, we are over the next several weeks going to be working with Mr. Snow in transportation, as well as facilities and Rhonda's office to get those details ironed out.
Okay. That's all I have for right now. I will take it out to the public. I assume that there are hands raised and we're ready to go. The maximum is 20. I mean, how many folks do we have?
Last I counted, we're around, about 15, 16.
Gotcha. All right.
We can start with Jeanette.
Jeanette, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Clark. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing well, ma'am.
Good. All right. Well, good evening, board members, district leaders, parents, and fellow teachers. I'm here tonight to talk to you regarding hybrid. I know there's much desire to return to our classes by all, especially students, parents, and many teachers. However, I need to let you in on a little secret. It will not be the return to school you are looking forward to. Let me inform you of the reality of hybrid. Right now, I spend 2.5 to 3 hours virtually with my students. Then I have office hours twice on Monday and for 90 minutes in the afternoon, Tuesday through Thursday. I host small groups for my students who need extra support, meet with parents, and spend every other minute I have grading, planning each day, including weekends and nights too. The last part probably won't change under hybrid, but that's just the life of a teacher. Now let's fast forward to hybrid. I'll meet with each cohort between 12 and 14 students. I'm not exactly sure where the other students will end up, since there probably won't be enough for all of my students under the guidelines presented tonight. I'll spend only 2.5 hours with each group for 4 days, with an hour break to have cleaning done in between quarters. Not sure who's going to be doing the cleaning. I will not have the office hours in the afternoon, and probably not on Mondays as well, because I will need time to plan and grade. I will not be available for small groups in the afternoon or for questions they have about their work. This means I am less available for students than I am right now with distance learning. Also, the social aspects that everybody wants will also not happen. Students will not have recess or lunch with their peers per the conversation with district leaders. Students will not be able to do small groups within the classroom because of the distance they must maintain. This school situation will not be, quote, normal. Please know that this is a very different from what has been discussed on social media and other forums. I know that we all want to go back, but I know the reality to be vastly different than what has been presented. Thank you.
Next, we have screen name DF2.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to address several points. The first point that I would like to address regarding staff being forced to return. In July 2020, the district put out a survey asking staff if they were able to return, and parents as well. Staff had to submit a survey and then submit a written doctor's note regarding their medical challenges or reasons for why they wouldn't be able to return. And they met with HR regarding those things. We've not heard any update with regard to that, except for tonight, where we're being told that there's going to be this virtual academy still option depending on who enrolls and all of those things. The reason the question is here is that HR is refusing medical notes from teachers that are not written specific to the WWSP plans. So therefore, again, are teachers going to be forced to return if they have indicated to HR that they are not able to return as early as summer of this year, that they were not going to be able to return due to the personal medical reasons? The next thing I'd like to address would be the HVAC system. I don't control that. So the fresh air cycles on and cycles off and cycles on and cycles off. So since I'm not in control of it, how much more fresh air am I going to be getting in my room since it is controlled by the district preset levels? The next thing I'd like to address would be the kindergarten. We have tables, not desks. So I can't imagine a bunch of 5-year-olds not knocking over a plexiglass divider in between them and their peers. So I don't know how that's going to work, having plexiglass in kindergarten. They don't sit still, so how are they not going to knock something over unless it's anchored to the floor or anchored to the table somehow? I really am curious on how that's going to work. As far as frontline, parents currently send kids to school sick with Tylenol to lower their temperature. So I'd love to know how this program addresses this reality that we in kindergarten and in elementary school know very.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time had expired.
Next, we have Yolanda.
Yolanda, good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my comment. As a parent of an elementary school child, I am very concerned about the planned November 9th start date. As schools have begun to open across the country, we've seen a marked increase in the percentage of total COVID-19 positive cases in this age group. I believe that if schools are deemed unsafe for high school age children, our youngest children should not be used as experimental guinea pigs. I realize that that is not the intent, but as the parent of an elementary school child, that is my perception. We just heard from the district RN that implementing safety measures will be cutting it close for the planned November 9th start date. We also heard from one of the other presenters that cleaning between sessions will be more clear once we move to open middle schools. It's a good way to start, said another presenter, and have 2 weeks to make adjustments before the next opening. These statements do not fill me with confidence. In addition, the proposed acceleration of the HVAC purchase on the agenda would not be necessary if the timeline was reconsidered. I urge you to please consider pushing back the reopening timeline until all safety measures are in place, rather than rushing the $3 million project in order to accommodate the timeline and risking our youngest children. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Next, we have Adriana.
Adriana?
Hi.
Adriana.
Yeah, I usually go by Annie Jervis. I teach at Mills Middle School. I teach the beginner program for our ELs who are brand new to the country. All of my students in that program have been in our schools in the United States for less than 2 years. And so I ask you, with the cohort plan, what are we going to prioritize? Are we going to prioritize language so that when we divide them up, we put all of the students with the same language and a bilingual instructional aid with me in the classroom with those students, therefore mixing 2 curricular levels since there are 2 classes within that same period, 3 grade levels, and 1 language? Or are we going to prioritize their grade level, therefore mixing 5 languages and 2 curricular levels at the same time in the same class? Because with the cohort system and 33 beginners, there's going to have to be some prioritizing done. And I would also point out to you that the November 30th reopening for schools, middle schools on the semester system, is 3 weeks before the grading period ends. And any teacher who has ever had a student change from one class period to another, or from one teacher to another, knows that that student's grades change and they disappear in PowerSchool when that change happens. So literally all the hours that we've spent putting grades in for those students will disappear and their grade will be negated 3 weeks before the semester grades are due. So that's not really fair to the kid or to the teachers who did all the work getting them that grade for the schools, the middle schools that are on the semester system. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Annie.
Next, we have Jen.
Jen?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good, ma'am.
Oh, good. Well, good evening, Dr. Koligian and board members. Thank you for taking time to hear my concerns regarding the hybrid return to school in November. As a mother of 2 young children in our district, I am gravely concerned for the social, emotional well-being and health of my children. Of course, they want to return to school, to their friends, to their teachers, to normalcy. Of course, I want my children to be happy and to return back to the lives we had prior to COVID. Unfortunately, what we knew as normal is not normal any longer. Luckily, my children's teachers have done a phenomenal job making connections, ensuring students are engaging with each other, connecting with families, and making students feel safe and comfortable in our new normal. If I will need to make a choice for my children in November to decide what avenue to take, either back to school for 2.5 hours a day or to stay home, their social emotional well-being and or health will suffer. From my understanding, should my children remain home where it is safe, they will be placed with different online teachers if their current teachers decide to return to on-campus learning. For my children, they will then be starting the school year over as far as building relationships with their teachers and classmates, as well as starting a new routine. In their young lives, routine is crucial for their social emotional well-being, and disrupting it can have severe consequences on their mental health. Should they return to school, they will be split from the students of whom they've already built relationships with. They will be at risk and possibly exposed to a deadly virus. Either way, it is a lose-lose situation for students. I am asking the board to reconsider the November return date and wait for the okay for all students to return together. Either 100% of students and staff return or zero return. Additionally, it is very disheartening to hear from the assistant superintendent of elementary that the district is even considering using our young elementary students as guinea pigs.
Thank you, Jen. Unfortunately, your time expired, but I appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Laurette.
Laurette, good evening. Is she with us?
Hi, sorry, I had trouble unmuting. Good evening, and thank you for listening to what I have to say today. I think what I've had to say has changed about 5 times since I've been listening, so I don't even know where to begin at this point. But to be clear, what I have to say tonight is out of concern for our students. Not in any way does it pertain to me or my return to school as a teacher. I just have to say ditto to the first teacher who spoke. This is not going to look anything like what our parents are really hoping for. They're hoping that to send their kids back and they're going to have this social time and they're going to be not so lonely anymore and everything else. And what I see is a lot of kids walking 6 feet apart with masks on, not being able to be understood through the layers. I see teachers trying to read work from 6 feet away and not being able to help them or correct them the way we can on Seesaw. You bought us the most incredible program. I don't know if you know this, but Seesaw is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. I have been able to interact with my kids in ways I didn't even know was possible. And I have some of the most incredible writing out of my 3rd grade students that I'm just so proud of. I can't even tell you. I would love to keep this program forever, by the way. But, I know I don't get that choice. I do have a concern. Just hearing that if we go back to purple, that we're just going to stay open. Well, if we have to close in purple now, why would we stay open if we're in purple later? That doesn't make any sense and kind of opens it up for a liability I'm not sure we want. And the last thing, are we prepared for this? Well, you're teachers. We're going to step up to whatever you need us to do. We always do. But we are exhausted. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claudia.
Claudia, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and since my time's limited, I'm going to speak quickly here. First, I was wondering, will teachers have the choice to stay in virtual learning if that's what they choose? Also, I heard throughout today or tonight's talk is that you guys were looking at local or neighboring school districts. And I don't think you're looking at all of the examples. First of all, a lot of the school districts, Placer Unified, High, they take temperatures from every student once they enter or step on campus. I think that needs to be implemented. Also, there is plexiglass around every desk. That also is a no-brainer. Also, campus monitors, we need to hire a whole bunch more of those. And I think that's an issue that no one's even looking at. we have stairs, we have hallways, and I don't know how you expect teachers to be cleaning and being outside looking at that when there are maybe at Sutter Middle School, we have 1,500 kids. I know it's only half of that or less than that, but how the campus monitors are going to, how they'll provide safety. Also with scheduling, I'm glad that that person brought up that if it's not scheduled correctly, all the grades will be lost, and it is a huge disruption to the students. Those are my questions, and I hope you guys can provide answers.
Thank you, Claudia.
Next, we have Leanne.
Leanne, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, I'm the one who works at Rancho at Mitchell. I'm proud to work there. But once again, you are asking Rancho middle schools to compromise. We had to compromise at the beginning of this year, going from 7 periods to 6, so we could be just like the middle schools in Folsom. That's ridiculous. Totally. 2 different populations. Also, as I am a special ed teacher, I'm hearing small cohorts. What do you mean by small cohorts? When you're saying, when you are saying for special ed to go back October 17th, you don't even have all of the plexiglass. Mr. Washburn says, oh, we've got it for all the testing. However, you don't have it for my classroom. Do you have it for all the special ed classrooms, all of the plexiglass in? Do you have, also, Mr. Wilson, you're behind time. Special ed sent out a survey already saying they're going back to school October 17th as a parent, or 18th, as a parent told me today. Then what about the portable filtration? Mitchell Middle School last year had to have Nether School's heating and air brought over to get it fixed because it's so old. I'm trying to go quick. And then there's the grading system. Oh, plus if you have 87 kids a day, if you have 175 divided, and then they have a possibility of 5 classes, that's at least 261 contacts. What's you gonna do with that? You want us not to have all this contacts? This is ridiculous. Please think of my children's health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tabitha.
Tabitha, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, firstly, thank you. This district has been working really hard and tirelessly in preparing for our school to reopen safely as we all continue to learn about the importance of air exchange rates, mask wearing, physical distance, and health screening. I just want to give you guys some data in here. Recent Airbus research showed that multi-layer solution approach, like that we are adopting, helps. One is active screening. I didn't hear about the active screening, but we all know when we board a plane, we have to do active health screening prior to boarding. Mask wearing, no vented mask, physical distance because they don't have the middle seat open, and 4 upgraded air filters. Did you know airplanes actually use MERV 17 and up? They were able to show a 10,000 particles when somebody coughed were reduced to just 5 particles. And that's because the air exchange rate on an airplane is 2 to 3 minutes every time. So that means in 1 hour, the airplane cabin air is fully exchanged 20 to 30 times per hour on a flight. Not sure what is our current classroom's air exchange rate, even with the upgraded HVAC systems. I have a lot of questions. Are the expectations for frontline screening as a daily requirement from parents or for their students? How will school campuses know whether the family or students actually did the health screening prior to arriving on campus and exposing potential COVID to other students? What are the discipline process for individuals who do not follow the outlined safety protocols like mask wearing? What are the process for the staff and students who cannot wear it for quote unquote medical reasons and need medical accommodations? Will you be pushing them into automatically virtual academy? And what about the HVAC systems? I know they're new, but they go down for maintenance sometimes. Will the teachers and classes be relocated then? I have a lot more, but I'll pause for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Next, we have Jenny.
Jenny, good evening.
Hello, I am a kindergarten teacher at Russell Ranch Elementary. I'm also a parent to two girls. They go to they're in the Buckeye School District. And so I'm just going to share my opinion on both matters. So far, distance learning for me is going very smoothly. I have to say, I teach kindergarten, and you would think it's a big challenge. It is, but we are thriving. And hey, I'm even using Teams. I know a lot of teachers had big issues with Teams, but I've been able to master it, and we're doing awesome. That being said, I am very relieved to finally see that Folsom Cordova is planning a reopening timeline. I believe that we definitely need to get kids back into school as soon as possible. I believe that for elementary school, the November 9th plan of going AM PM is amazing and would be a great transition to coming back. Both of my daughters started school last week on Monday with the AM PM schedule. They're both PM, and they've been having a great time. They're learning, they're enjoying school. Yes, school looks different. They have masks, they don't have lunch, but their personalities have really changed. They've gone from being stuck in their room all day to actually having a purpose to get dressed and get out of the house. Social, emotional health, that is important. Yes, academics is important too, but the girls, all kids need to have, be healthy and have emotional health as well. I will say that as when we do go back hybrid, I hope that we can be flexible for families that choose to not want to go back in person. So I think sending a survey will be very important for families so they can choose, and also for logistics. And I hope that we can be creative with how we work, how teachers get shuffled around. I personally would be happy.
Thank you, Jenny. Unfortunately, your time had expired.
Next,
Who
we
do we
have Anthony. I'm sorry, Mr. Clark. Next, we have Anthony.
Anthony, good evening.
Good evening. Tony Ruiz from Vista Del Lago. I wasn't going to talk tonight because it's midterms week and I'm still sitting here at 9:52 on a Thursday night grading. But I have to say that as I was listening prior to tonight, I was cautiously optimistic about returning. But now after listening to Mr. Washburn and Mr. Wilson, I'm freaking terrified. What I heard tonight was a lot of maybes. A lot of, oh, hey, we're going to put 18 to 20 kids in a classroom. I'm sorry. No, you're not. I've been in my classroom at Vista Del Lago for 12 years. There is no way that you can maintain 6 feet of distancing and have 20 kids in a classroom. And by the way, what I also heard was Mr. Wilson saying, we're going to have the distancing, but if we don't have it, we'll just put up plexiglass. No, that's not how this works. 6 feet distancing is 6 feet distancing, not 6 feet if we can. The other thing I don't think is being taken into account is that many classes, particularly at the secondary level, elective classes are not capped at 37. Some of these elective classes have 40, 41, 42, sometimes 45 people. How are you going to split that into two? What I'm hearing is we're going to go back, and I don't think we're there yet. And frankly, if you're asking me if I feel comfortable going back, the answer is absolutely not. I'm sorry. I want to go back desperately. I miss being in front of my kids. But I have more important things to consider, namely my own family. That's just how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Greatly appreciate it, sir.
Next, we have screen name iPhone.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm sorry, my name's Jennifer Geyer. I've spoken before about this. I'm a little heartbroken actually to hear so many teachers fighting this this great program that they put together to help keep everybody safe and do what's best for the children. So I'm a little disheartened by that actually. And to say the word terrified that the last teacher had said was, I think it's unreasonable to even say that. I think you guys have put together a really good plan. it wouldn't necessarily be the one I'd want for my children to go back, but I'm happy to compromise. And I think maybe the teachers need to think about that as well, is that the district's not going to put them at risk, is going to put in all the precautions that are necessary. And in the end, this is what's best for our children. And I think the teachers keep forgetting that. They're so worried about picking apart a plan instead of embracing it and helping to make it better. Instead of complaining about all the things that you think they're doing wrong, help so that we can get our kids back in school. I know if that's what they really want, then that's where I think the direction we should go in. My daughter had one of 5 breakdowns. She's a high schooler, and I have 2 girls that are high schoolers. And it's so sad to see them this upset. And I'm trying my best to make distance learning work. And I'm begging, now that the county is opening up, I'm begging the teachers to listen to the same recommendations they told us parents to listen to when they initially decided to do distance learning. And so listen to them this time around and let us open the schools. Let's do what's best for the kids. You guys have put together a program that should be good for everybody. And I'm begging these teachers, please think about it as being an essential worker like the rest of us are that are working every day as well. My kids need you guys. I can't teach my kids like you do. And I'm begging you to please be part of the solution. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Keith.
Keith. Good evening, sir.
Knowledge is power. As an educator,
sir.
27 years, 17 of which have been teaching honors English at Sutter Middle, my life is about answers. I can honestly say teaching in a distance learning model takes way more time than in person, yet I want to go back. However, I'm amazed the district is asking you, the board, to approve a hybrid timeline when so many questions have not been answered. How will classrooms be cleaned at the middle school level with 5-minute passing periods? Then how will I go to the bathroom during those passing periods? I admittedly have a weak bladder. This is still unanswered. How will I teach with no Chromebooks in the classroom? This has still not been answered. How will 18 middle school students with a 6-foot diameter fit into room B17 at Sutter? This is still unanswered. I would love and encourage any of you to meet me at Sutter Middle School to do some measuring. Why doesn't the hybrid timeline include teacher prep time for transitioning from DL to hybrid? This is still unanswered. Even though I lost my mom to COVID on September 10th, I am not worried about dying. However, if I return to school with so many unanswered questions in a reality where I deal with answers, I'm greatly concerned about the disruption in instruction if I or any of my peers were to miss 10 days or more of instruction. Again, the fact that so many pertinent questions are still unanswered means they have not been thoroughly discussed. They have clearly not been thoroughly researched and, most importantly, decided. Too many questions were answered tonight with a great level of ineffectuality, which is inexcusable. It is both counterintuitive as well as dangerous to vote on a timeline when so much is unstated or unknown. Therefore, I implore you to say no to the timeline or request a delay in setting any dates until these answers are provided. I'd like to end by publicly thanking board members Clark, Reinking, and Ray for taking my phone calls early in the day. In the end, we're all in this for the same reason, to teach our children.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Greatly appreciate the comment.
Next, we have Michelle.
Michelle, good evening.
Hi there. Good evening. Thank you for taking my comment. I am a kindergarten teacher at Navigator Elementary School, and like all teachers, I absolutely love my job. I love teaching students, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do that job. Every day is a new day. We all learn something new, and I'm a very positive teacher. I mean, I can tell you that I've been very active in our community, going to a lot of functions, and obviously right now it's a different time of year, but we are getting through it as best as we can. I am very much in support of going back to school on November 9th. Yes, I realize that going back will not be normal. We will not have those community events, those PTA huge events that we've loved, and all those school outings and whatnot, but it is a step towards the right direction. Although that I feel that I've done everything to make distance learning a positive experience, and I feel that my students are thoroughly enjoying it, teaching kindergarten through a screen, it's not ideal. Teaching pencil grip, how to cut with scissors, teaching them how to write, it's difficult. And like all teachers, I know that we are working and willing to do all the extra work and challenges that we have to do to get the job done. Teaching in person, it's a different experience, and I know that it will look different than what I've done in the past, but I am in support of that to get us into the right direction. Our students, those families that are comfortable with sending their students back, I am fully supportive of that. And I do understand that we have teachers who are not comfortable, but please allow the teachers who are ready and wanting to teach your children. Let us go back in the classroom. Let me do my job. I want to be able to address my students at risk, my ELL students, and even just all the boys and girls that are ready to come back. I'm there, I'm ready, and I'm so happy to hear that we have a plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Greatly appreciate your comments.
Mr. Clark, just so you're aware, I'm about to call on speaker number 15.
Thank you.
Screen name MN.
MN?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Mustain. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a father of 2 elementary kids in Folsom, a 4th grader and a TK student. So first of all, I'd like to thank you all for the leadership. We're counting on you for the education of our kids and also considering all the safety measures that you're planning. So regarding reopening, I think we understand the intention to go back and respect that view. And we know the distance learning has not worked for some families. However, it actually worked well for several families also. Parents have adjusted their work schedule and condition to adapt to kids staying at home. And the kids have also established some sort of rapport with their teacher. They got used to the style and requirement of the teacher in distance learning. Our teachers, they have done a phenomenal job. So I think it will be very disruptive that if the families that want to continue in the distance learning or virtual academy, they lose their current teacher. So one of the requests that I would like to make to the board is that please consider keeping the teachers in distance learning that they're currently in. And regarding the reopening date, I have some concerns, and I would want the board to consider voting on the reopening date until we get the results of the survey. How many families really want to get back to campus, and how many families want to be with the distance learning program? If majority of families want to be in distance learning, we should plan in a way that we get to keep our teachers. So please reconsider voting on the timeline to reopen after we have finished the survey. And one last comment is for the reopening plan, I would recommend opening the elementary school last, because these kids are the least.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Your time had expired.
Next, we have Jill.
Jill, good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I'm a kindergarten teacher in Folsom, and I'm also a parent of 2 boys up in Alvarado Hills. And they've been back at school. And I can say it has been life-changing. I know it's only 2.5 hours, but they're in a classroom with only 8 kids. And I can tell you as a kindergarten teacher, right now I have 14 kids. And if I can go back 2.5 hours and have 7 kids at one time, it would be amazing. The only issue I see with going back, especially as a kindergarten teacher and where we are, is we might have an influx of people wanting to come back. I do appreciate Buckeyes starting with a fuel education. And if they signed up for that, they had to stay there the whole year. So this way, us going back in Folsom Cordova, we can be having parents coming and going, coming and going. And that's not fair to us teachers. These parents need to make a decision. Either they're comfortable with being in school or they're comfortable being at home. And either choice is perfectly great for any set of families. I also wanted to bring up the high school, and you guys talk about the high school. And I have a lot of high school friends at Oak Ridge. But their biggest concern up here is that they are seeing their teachers less in person than they are in distance learning. So that might be something that you guys might want to look at and take into consideration. And it might affect these children even more because they're seeing less of their teachers. The other issue I have is if we go back, like my boys are back at school, how am I going to deal with daycare with my children if I'm at school all day? They're at school half day. I'm not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jill. Your time had expired.
Next, we have Rachel.
Rachel, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comment. I'm the parent of a kindergartner and a fourth grader. And like every other parent, I'm desperately looking for answers to give my kids. Like so many other students, distance learning is not serving them well. The proposed start dates are listed as November 9th for elementary, November 30th for middle school, and January 4th for high school. My question is, how firm are these start dates? And I ask because, among other things, I'm hearing a lot of opposition in this meeting tonight. I also ask because those proposed start dates are inconsistent with language in an MOU between the district and the teachers. The MOU language states in pertinent part, quote, "The district will assess the ability to commence the hybrid model at the beginning of each grading period, e.g. December 18th, 2020 for semester-based schools and November 6th, 2020 for trimester-based schools. The parties acknowledge it could take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to transition to a hybrid model." I may be missing something here, but I don't see any amended MOU. So my question is, what has changed and what dates are controlling here? Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Next, we have Tyler.
Mr. Johnstone?
Yes.
Yes, good evening.
Good
I
evening.
think this is the same time I talked 2 weeks ago. This is exciting.
Yes, sir.
So welcome past the 10 o'clock hour again. As a secondary teacher, I did want the board and the public to know that we will be seeing our students less time in an in-person or a hybrid environment than we are currently online. And I know there's a lot of concern about distance learning, and some of that is due to the time that we're in front of our students. But if we see our students less, I'm not sure how that's a better scenario to see our students less. I've also heard board members and members of the public talk about mental health, and I just can't help but make the connection to the Gen Ed presentation earlier and how we can focus on the mental health when we're talking about budget priorities and figuring out what we can do to help the mental health of our students as we come back. We're going to need those mental health counselors and our mental health associates and our counselors to help the students transition during this time period. So I'd ask the board to really think about this. I'd also ask the board to implore our district staff to get the presentation up before the day of the meeting. We were waiting to make comments, and the presentation, I pointed out to the board on Monday and on Tuesday and on Wednesday that the presentation that we saw tonight still wasn't available. And I appreciate the information that was presented tonight, but when public comment is cut off at 3 p.m., we just don't have a chance for the public to all respond unless we're willing to wait till after 10 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnstone.
Next, we have screen name ACKS.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a fourth grader at Goldridge Elementary School. And my feeling about this is it's a plan that relies on best laid plans, not taking kids' behavior into account. Kids don't want to wear masks. They don't want to wear gloves, especially young kids. I just don't see it happening. Kids are not ready for this. We just adjusted to distance learning, and it's going pretty well in our household anyway. Please don't rush this. Please don't rush this move back to school. Safety comes first, and we should not turn schools into a testing ground for a flu COVID season. Too much change is happening too quickly. The classes have started. The classes are together. Please don't tear them apart. They just got used to this model. With the current model, then they will have the proposed models. The teachers worked hard to make the distance learning work well. Please don't disrupt what is working. And my daughter has a statement as well.
Please stop the clock, reset it for 3 minutes.
Oh.
I'm assuming she's a student.
Yes, she's a student.
Okay.
Go ahead, Allison.
Hi, my name is Allison, and I'm in 4th grade at Goldridge Elementary in Mr. Dripple's class. I was at the park today for the first time in months. I played on the fields with my little brother. It was a lot of fun. I saw lots of kids in the playground, but as much as I wanted to go and play with them, I knew it would be safer not to do so, so I did not. I think it would be way harder to not go and play with my friends at school, even if it's not too safe. And I personally do not want to wear a mask and gloves and have to learn for 3 hours a day and 4 days a week. And I really like my teacher and my class, and I do not want to have to leave them. And even if I don't have to leave them, I don't want things to change again when I don't feel like it's time yet. So please consider what I have to say, and thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Next we have, and that's number 20, Jessica.
I'm looking at 4 participants. Let's go ahead and just, was there 4 or 3 left?
3.
Oh, 3. Okay. Let's hear those 3 out, and then we'll move forward back with the board comments.
Okay, Jessica's next.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, Jessica, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Hey, you know what? I did not plan on speaking tonight, but here goes. My public comment so much isn't for the board, but to the public. I understand that we all have different views about what's going on, and especially when it comes to reopening our schools. The reality is that COVID is not going away. I think we all can agree that we are in a very hard no-win situation here. Phase reopening, whether it's with our county or with our district, is to help us learn to live with the virus. It's not to prevent it. Even with the vaccine, it's not going to prevent it. That is totally impossible. The board and the superintendent are working so hard on our behalf and doing their very best to set up us for success for living with this virus, being able to go back to school. The great thing about this is if we are uncomfortable with not going back, then we have a choice. We can choose to stay home. If we do want to go back, again, we have a choice. And that is what's so great about this plan. It is not a one-size-fits-all plan. And it is, this is not a fair to all situation. Distance learning is totally fine. My kids are doing okay with it, but in person is better. It is better for them. And as their mom, I'm the advocate for that. The best thing that we can do is make the best choice possible for our own children, as well as if you are a teacher for your own family. That is what is so awesome about this. So I would really encourage everybody to be part of the solution instead of being part of the problem. And thank you so much to our board. I mean, I have sent several emails and talked several times, and I think you guys are doing a great job in a very impossible situation. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Greatly appreciate the comments.
Next, we have Debbie.
Debbie, good evening.
Good evening, board. This is Debbie Krikorian. How are you tonight?
We're all good. We're awake.
Good. I just want to talk. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I want to respond to the El Dorado County piece. I live in El Dorado County. I've talked to several of the teachers here. They feel their kids have enjoyed being back. The teachers are dead tired in the hybrid and they're not seeing their kids as much. The students in El Dorado Hills do live in a single family dwelling. And I really am concerned about our Rancho students. Many of them have multifamily dwellings where the virus will spread quickly and become deadly. And when health insurance is not in place, are we really willing to take on that liability? We have talked about equity If our children of color get the disease, their families statistically are in much more danger of not surviving. A study published in the Journal of Pediatrics shows that while 7% of white children tested positive, 30% of Black children and 45% of Latina children tested positive, with the median age of kids testing positive was 11 years old. The state has ordered tests for schools, which will begin to come in November. What is our hurry to go back before testing is available? This is how other countries are combating this disease. As an example of what an efficient testing program looks like, a study by Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy says a basic screening strategy will require approximately 200 million tests each month for students and staff at the nation's primary and secondary schools and residents and staff in nursing homes for them to open safely in all stages. The report calls for testing all students and staff every 2 weeks and an increased frequency with disease tends to worsen. Why are we not relying on science when it comes to opening schools? We are depending on taking our kids back during the flu season, during the cold season, and also eliminating our families from being able to see each other. Our families in Rancho, it could suffer severely from this.
Oh, thank you, Deb. Unfortunately, your time had expired.
And the last caller is Melanie.
Melanie. Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So I wasn't actually going to speak tonight, but after listening to everyone speak, I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect. So what I hear at these board meetings often are about people and teachers who don't want to go back, but that's very different than what I'm experiencing out in the community. I know a lot of teachers who actually want to go back to school. My kids' teachers tell them how much they want to go back to school. So I'm just having a hard time hearing all these teachers talk about not wanting to go back when I know there are a lot of teachers who do want to go back. So let the teachers who want to come back and teach, and let the teachers who do not want to come back continue to do distance learning at home. Why are we not giving people choices? That's my number one concern. My second concern is I'm also hearing a lot of frustration from teachers about this hybrid model. Why aren't we collaborating with these teachers to come up with a plan on how to deliver a hybrid model to the best of our ability? I know the hybrid model is not a new concept in education. So why aren't we bringing forward best practices on how to deliver a hybrid model in a way that's effective for everyone? That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Greatly appreciate your comments. All right.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover, comments.
I would just like to start by moving that the Board of Education approve the proposed reopening timeline for hybrid in-person instruction as suggested by our staff.
Not until we hear from comments from the other members.
Mr. President, I can make that motion at any point.
You can make that motion, and I don't think that the board will.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, move to second.
But let's have the dialogue.
Let's have the dialogue. Absolutely.
Yeah. We can always amend. We can
have the dialogue.
We can always amend the motion.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, so, I could start if you want.
Mr. Short.
I mean, I heard a lot of comments. I mean, there's a lot of good folks that have legitimate concerns and how they feel. And, you know, this pandemic is definitely, I always say we're in the middle of a forest and it's on fire. And we don't know which we're going. It's an evolutionary process. We don't know which way the wind's going to blow, which way it's going to come, that we need to address this fire. But we are getting to a point now that we're seeing successes and controlling this virus. We're seeing ourselves going to a different tier that the state has set up. And, you know, you can argue if this model is correct. All models on anything, especially on a very dynamic, variable virus thing that you can't see, is going to be always debatable. I mean, you got statistics, you got lies. You know, you got, what is it? What do they say? You have lies, damn lies, and you have statistics. You can always lie about it. But I mean, we have to go with the science as much as possible. and we have to look at things pragmatically and do things. We know that kids doing distance learning is not good for their social emotional learning. It's not equivalent to any education we know. We know that. So we have to balance between what is worse, keeping them home where they're being not learning, and we hear all these god awful stories about kids. They're legitimate and everybody's suffering there, or we're going to take the risk. It's a calculated risk to take kids and parents and everybody involved in a community back to a somewhat controlled environment. And we know we can't control this virus completely. For God's sakes, we've had the president get it. Governor Newsom's got it now. It's going to penetrate. So I heard a comment earlier. You could talk to some elders that lived through 2 or 3 pandemics. Like my father, 89, he says, we just, back in the day, we just learned how to live with it. We learned how to live with it, and we this is nothing new, social distancing, anything else, but it's just a fact of life that we have diseases in this world. What are we going to do? Are we going to continue to not move forward and take those minimal risks? What I saw tonight with staff, I know there's still a lot of things to be done. There's a lot of things to be done, and safety is paramount. I've always said that. I see we're progressing very well on providing the best possible, under the circumstances, the availability to make it safe. We got PPE, we're doing the HVAC units. Matter of fact, I just saw the governor just signed Senate Bill 841, $600 million last week to provide testing and for looking at how to repair HVAC units out there. So, but that's just last week. So these are going to take time to replace the filtering systems. We're not going to be a perfect world, but we're going to strive to try to make the best environment for everybody. And we have old infrastructure, we have new infrastructure on some of this, but it's not designed for a pandemic. And so this takes time. So we have to be realistic and say, well, what are we going to do? We can't wait forever. We can't be doing distance learning forever. We're going to have to incrementally go back and get the kids back to school as soon as safely as possible. One thing I like about this plan, it's incremental. It starts small with the cohorts and it goes towards that person. The only things I don't like about it is the timing. November 30th, right in the flu season, closing opening, but I heard some pros and cons with that with staff that, hey, this gives us a little time to open up and then try it and then come back, and it gives them time to readjust. Because anything you're going to implement is going to take a lot of adjustments. We learned that with Zoom and Teams, but now you're seeing people have adjusted to that. This is the same way. We're going to have to transition and get adjusted to go back. So I do like the incremental phase approach. I just don't like the timing. But again, you can argue both ways to that also. Also, there, Dr. Mark Kelly, he's the state health, human services at state health, just came out saying that there is it's positive signs, but no link to school really openings connected to the virus. There's first signs of some schools opening up, and that the kids and the schools are not really showing a spreading of it in any significant. I know there's going to be cases out there, but it's not any a normal concern. So that's science. That's somebody already saying that just came out on the news that there's no link there. So that kind of, you have to take that and kind of look at it with a grain of salt. But that makes me feel a little bit better that there are openings of other schools. Yes, we've had some problems over there in Placer County, and Rockland had 3, but they sent them home and did the quarantine, and you don't hear anything more spread or anything worse. You don't see it completely collapsing schools. So that's a good indication. We don't know in the future what's going to happen on the second wave. So supposedly it's going to get worse. But again, this is all unknown. It's that forest fire burning in the forest. We don't know if it's smoldering and it's going to come back in a fury and come up on the back hill here and make us run. So that's always a risk. It's always a risk. And we have to get these kids back to school. And I would like to see that happen, but I don't want to sacrifice the safety, especially for our teachers and our parents and the kids. The kids, as we know, are not totally at risk. Science says that they will be symptomatic. They're not the ones that have a high risk of, but they do potentially spread. But then there's the science says, well, there's studies saying maybe they don't spread it as much. Well, the indication here is saying it's not happening as much. But that's just preliminary research. There's always a contrary research saying different. But to us, there's going to be risk. And we're going to have to learn to live with this in the best possible way. And we have to start preparing in recovery mode. So this plan that we have here gives the options for parents that decide not for the kids, they can continue, or we can send them to school in the hybrid mode. So I think that's how we intended this to have happen, is to have that options. And we just need to move forward and figure out the capacity of what we have. We have teachers that are not going to be able to do it, and we have some teachers that want to do it. So we're going to be able to figure out where we're at. I think we need to move forward, in my mind right now, as best possible, but I want to make sure that we're not, like I was talking about earlier, that we don't have all the safety features in place and the timelines. So that's what I'm going to say right now, and I'll let the rest of the board talk.
Mr. President, privileged motion, given the hour. I'd like to move that pursuant to board bylaw 9223, that we extend the meeting to no later than 11:30 p.m.
Privilege motion accepted. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Reed, second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent, could you call roll real quick?
Yes. Board Member Clark?
Aye.
Board Member Short?
Aye.
Board Member Reed?
Aye.
Board Member Hoover?
Aye.
Board Member Ranking?
Aye.
And Student Member Gallant?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And Student Board Member Gallant, the option for you to stay with us or leave is totally up to you, ma'am.
I do have a test tomorrow, so I think I am going to head out. But thank you for tonight, and yeah, that's all I have.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate you. And have a good night. Okay. Ms. Ranking.
So I'm going to be clear. I'm in favor of the plan. I think we're making great progress. We need to get these kids back in school. My big concern is the middle school start time. I think it's the most disruptive time for both schedules. My inclination is to suggest that we move middle school to January, especially if it allows us the opportunity to possibly implement more technology in the classrooms, to possibly provide opportunities that our teachers might want to continue to teach if they had the extra technology to teach from home as well. That's my biggest concern. The middle school date, I just don't like that date. It's just, you're interrupting the semester, you're interrupting the trimester, you're bringing kids back a short window of time between holidays. I think we're just opening up the door to possibly have more problems than we really need with that date. But other than that, I'm fine with the elementary. I want us to work with our teachers to try to place everybody where they want to be. I really do not want to have to, I don't want to make teachers go back to the classroom if they don't want to, for even a simple reason as I see my grandmother every weekend. I don't want to expose her. So I want us to be as creative as possible to find places for these teachers to go. We probably have a lot of elementary students who could use intense interventions, that maybe some of these teachers could be working more independently with these students. So that's one of my main concerns about the whole process, is that we try to accommodate where the teachers want to be and where our families want to be. I think we're going to have some problems with families wanting the teachers that they have now. So if we can do anything along those lines to try to keep our students with cohorts or with their teachers that they have now, keep our academy teachers together, keep our STEM teachers together somehow to be as least disruptive with students who might want to stay home and trying to keep them with their existing teachers. But again, my main concern is I'd prefer to see all the secondary schools start in January. I think it gives us a lot more time to ensure our secondary staff that we have all the precautions in place to answer all those questions, to possibly be more, provide more options for them, and ideas on how we can possibly retain teachers in the roles they're in now. So that's where I am.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover.
I'll share my comments now. I do want to start on the point about middle school, because I actually like the November 30th date. I think it's the right date. I think if we wait, well, there's a couple of reasons I like it. One, it avoids the challenge of favoritism. So right now, our Rancho and our Folsom middle schools are on different timetables. And if we stuck to the grading periods, there could be a perception that one is favored over the other, which I don't think would be a good thing. So I think the middle schools are the one exception to that rule where I actually think it makes sense because of the disparity in the scheduling at our middle schools. But there's also a more personal reason that I think our middle schoolers cannot afford to wait until January. I think we need to get our kids back into the classroom as soon as possible. I have a middle schooler at home who is struggling mightily, and he asks me just about every single day if the board has voted yet to allow him to go back to the classroom. And I imagine that if that's going on in my household, that's going on in a lot of households throughout our district. And I do not want to go and make every other parent of a middle schooler go back to their child tonight and tell them, well, we were going to do November 30th as proposed, but now it's not going to be until January before you're able to go back into the classroom. I think that the proposed date is well staggered. I actually think it's a little farther out than I would like it to be, but I'm willing to support November 30th. But for those reasons, I strongly urge that this board keep that proposed date as November 30th. In addition to my other comments, I've got some other comments. First and foremost, I really want to thank all of the teachers tonight who spoke out in support of our kids getting back to the classroom. I've heard from so many teachers in recent weeks who are ready and willing to teach in person, and I'm so very thankful for that. In regards to the comments about Rancho Cordova students in equity, I just wanted to make one comment. The science shows that the best place for all of our kids, including our Rancho kids, is in the classroom. Because not only does the science show that younger students and youth are at lower risk of the virus, but we also know that their academic outcomes and social emotional well-being are negatively impacted by not being in the classroom. So I absolutely think that an in-person learning option, the cost benefits, it obviously, as Mr. Short was saying, this is a cost benefit situation. There is not a perfect solution here. But in my opinion, those benefits do outweigh the costs involved or the risks involved. And I think we have to look at it as something that we have to weigh. So, tonight, I think it's critical that we provide direction without delay so our staff can do the work needed to make sure a return goes as smoothly as possible. We have always said from the very beginning that we will follow the science and we will return when health officials and guidelines allow. Those things have now happened. Our state health guidelines have authorized us to reopen, and our county health officials are working with our district to help our schools reopen safely. And here are the facts that we know today. As Mr. Short mentioned, California's top health official said this week that school reopenings are not contributing to the spread of COVID-19. The trend is not being seen right now of all the schools that have reopened so far. This is fantastic news. This is something we really need to listen to. Secondly, SB 98, state law, requires us requires us to implement in-person learning to the greatest extent possible. To the greatest extent possible. That is in state law. It was passed by our legislature, and it was passed with the understanding that once health conditions improve, we can go back to a hybrid model. I think that's pretty clear. And then finally, the hardships of distance learning haven't gone anywhere. Our working families are still struggling, and the mental health of our children continues to deteriorate. These are things that we know today. All three of those things we know. So in my opinion, it would be irresponsible for us to not move forward with the option of an in-person instruction. And I say option because I think a lot of people that are speaking out against an in-person return just continue to not take this into account. We are not forcing anyone back into the classroom. We are providing options for all of our families, those who want to return in person and those who want to remain virtual. I think we've been very clear from the beginning that we want to provide that option, and we are doing that. We have seen tonight that a return is possible. I want to thank the staff for this plan. They put so much work into. And we've also seen other districts do it successfully. We've learned lessons from them. And this is not only possible, I would argue it's necessary. So for the sake of our working parents, for the sake of our children's mental health, I believe the only option we have is to follow the science, to follow the recommendations of our health officials, and to safely reopen our classrooms. So I hope we can do that tonight.
Mr. President?
Mr. Reed.
Oh, hold on. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, just a couple of observations and thoughts. First, I know two of my fellow colleagues have already touched on the middle school, Rancho Cordova and Folsom Middle Schools, but I just want to be clear for the public the situation. Both Sutter Middle School and Folsom Middle School are on trimesters. So if we wanted to bring the middle school back at the end of a grading period, that means we would be bringing Sutter Middle School and Folsom Middle School back either on November 9th or sometime in March. Now, because January does not work for the trimesters. It works for Mills and Mitchell Middle School because Mills and Mitchell Middle School are on semesters. So that means when Mills and Mitchell returned on January 3rd, that's the start of their semester. It's not the start of Sutter and Folsom Middle School's trimester. So what district staff did is picked a date in between, and it's not ideal, but it seems to be workable. The only other option we could possibly consider is in fact bring Sutter and Folsom Middle back on November 9th and bring Mills and Mitchell back on January 3rd. Now, I have to imagine that would make some people happy. I'm sure that would make some people angry. I'm sure that would make some people frustrated. And I'm sure we would be hearing about equity, about how come we're treating Rancho Cordova and Folsom differently. So I think the staff recommendation is the only recommendation that makes sense. And also because I do like the tiered approach. I know a couple of members of the public spoke about bringing everybody back together. I think, in my personal opinion, I could be completely wrong, but my personal opinion is if we try to bring everybody back on the same day, 21,000 students back on the same day, I think it would be a complete disaster. I think, people would be complaining about why weren't we prepared and how come, it just was not a smooth launch of the hybrid. I think the only way to make this work manageably for the teachers and for the staff and for the parents is to tier it. And that's exactly the tiered approach is what the staff recommended. And I think it makes sense. I did take note of two comments. I forget if it was a teacher or a parent, but I thought they made very good points. One about the potential need for additional campus monitors. I think that's something that the district should explore and consider, because yes, the teachers normally would wait by their door, observe the passing time period, look for anything that might they need to address. But the teachers, are going to be busy enough in their classroom to go outside and observe the transition between classes. So I actually think that we should seriously consider getting additional campus monitors to monitor the passing between class periods. The other thing that I thought was very interesting is someone referenced Placerville, and that Placerville is currently taking temperatures of the students as they come on campus. I did ask that question, I think it was the last board meeting, and I was told it was prohibitively expensive and we would be spending the entire time taking people's temperatures. At the very least, I would like if staff could reach out to Placerville and ask them how they're doing it. Maybe they found some efficient way to do it, but if other districts are doing it, it begs the question, why can't we? It's not to say that I think we should at least inquire and obtain that information. I know people are concerned, and I completely appreciate it. And I know the teachers are concerned. I completely appreciate it. I think we're all concerned, for maybe from just different perspectives that we're concerned. But from a practical standpoint, the district is spending over $6 million on enhancements, HVAC enhancements. Why are we spending $6 million if we aren't going to return to the classroom? I mean, it's a significant financial commitment that the district did to make the classrooms safer. If we were going to just finish the entire year in distance learning, I would have never supported $6 million expenditure on HVAC. I mean, we could have spent that $6 million in many different ways. So, I think, we've made the commitment, we've already went down this path. And ultimately it comes down to, and I think my colleague just spoke about choices. We are offering choices. We're not forcing anybody to do anything they don't want to do. And so I'm not sure from both sides or both vantage points, people who want to return and people who don't want to return. I don't know why the two aren't compatible when we're offering choices. It's the most compatible thing you could have, and so I struggle with folks who feel that it has to be one way or the other. So the bottom line is I like this approach that the staff has recommended, and I'm supportive of it. And I just want to thank staff. I mean, this has been a major endeavor, and we're certainly not at the end of it. This effort is going to continue for the rest of the year, maybe even longer. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll have a successful vaccine, and this will be one and done for this school year. But I do appreciate everybody's time and energy that has been put into such a thoughtful plan that was presented to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Boy, somebody, and I can't remember, used the word terrified, and using the word terrified is okay. I mean, I think it's okay to be concerned about one, going back to school, or possibly contracting the virus. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm terrified for other reasons, and I'll dive into that in a moment. There were a lot of things that concern me about this opening. Not to say, for the record, I'll just say right now, I want our kids back in school. And we made a promise as a district to get our kids and our teachers back in school when it was deemed safe. And yeah, granted, we've gone from purple to red, which is good, and possibilities that will go from red to orange. But the one thing that we really didn't talk about, well, we did a little bit, and we mentioned it, and it was the cold and flu. And I spent most of the day going back and forth over it, that it's coming. We can't deny that the cold and flu season is coming. We can't dismiss it. There's supposed to be a second wave, according to science, of this COVID virus. We also know that our people of color are disproportionately affected by this disease. And here we are, talking about getting our kids back in school, getting them in class, and, putting things in place, which leads into me being terrified. I asked those questions purposely today about the equipment being installed. And, some comments were, we're cutting it close. Some comments were, yeah, we should have that in. And I asked a comment about transportation. Well, we're working the wrinkles out. These are things that we should be having in place right now. I would feel comfortable if I went to a school and one of the classrooms had everything kind of put up and ready to go, knowing that we possibly will be starting on November 9th. But I can almost guarantee you that not all of these spots are set up and ready to go. And will they be ready to go by November 9th? Well, you just heard it. Possibly we'll get these orders in. Maybe we won't. They're due to come in. But yeah, we still got to get out and install those things. Now, Ms. Ranking mentioned something about the compromise on the elementary schools. I want these families to know that these kids are going to be so excited, and I'm going to be happy for them. I mean, I'm willing to compromise on that, but the one thing that I will not compromise on is the disparity between our middle schools. I'm sorry, especially our Rancho Cordova schools that have the high population of our Hispanic and African Americans. I just can't compromise on that. Should they be able to open the first week of January? I would feel better, to be totally honest with you. But our elementary school kids, hey, if the plan is in place, have at it, because we want them in. But my concern is getting our kids in and it's safe. And yeah, I know the cold and flu season runs, 2-3 months, but Jesus, the holidays are coming up, and I think about those children that may want to spend time with their families and, their grandmothers and grandfathers. I think about our teachers that may live with somebody with a condition. So I don't know. I can't really support this right now because I'm thinking about the health of everybody, the health and safety of everybody. I know that, this will go by in a blur. I'm serious. I mean, the time is just counting down. I know that Thanksgiving is, I think, 62 days away, or no, not even that. I think it's like 43 or something like that. But I mean, the time is just, it's coming, and I just want to get through this. And hopefully by that time, we were told there might be a vaccine by the end of the year. I'm just praying that it doesn't come out of cost, because there may be families that can't afford it. So that's where I am right now. I'm willing to compromise on the elementary schools to get those kids back in, but our secondary schools, especially our middle schools, I would feel really, really comfortable if they returned after the first of the year. And then that's just my thought and my opinion. So that's where we are right now. The motion has been made. It's been put on the table. So it's been made by Mr. Hoover, second by Mr. Reed. Superintendent, well, are there any other pending board comments? Hearing none. Superintendent?
Yes. Board Member Clark?
No.
Board Member Short?
Yeah.
Board Member Reed?
Yes.
Board Member Hoover?
Aye.
Board Member Ranking?
You're on
mute.
I want to make it clear that I support opening the schools. So I'm going to vote yes, but I want my comments to include that I have serious reservations about opening the middle schools on the 30th, because if the argument's going to be made, we're supposed to open on a grading period, that's not a grading period. So we're not in the trimester, we're not in the semester, and I think we are returning them earlier than we should on the 30th. So I'm going to vote in favor of opening, but I have strong reservations about the November 30th date for the middle schools.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right. For clarification, motion carries 4-1. I'm speaking from the heart. I respect the board's decision. I know that we'll make it work, and I'm excited, and it actually gives me an opportunity now to step out and visit schools, and but I will maintain the proper distancing and everything else. So I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the comments from the public. Now it's time to put all this past us. We've got the board approval to move forward. I, again, support the board. I don't harbor any bad feelings or anything. I'm not going to berate the board. I'm just going to put that out there. It's time to move forward, and let's get this thing going. Let's get these kids back in and make it happen. So with that being said, we'll move on to our next agenda item. It's kind of in line with what we just talked about here, but it's, where am I? Oh, okay. Item 11C, approve staff to submit an elementary waiver, and that should be actually a no-brainer, but Superintendent?
So this item is coming back to the board after we brought the application to you 2 weeks ago. And in the meantime, Mr. Wilson has completed the application and consulted with the groups that needed to be consulted with. The application is there for your review. So we'll entertain any questions if the board has them.
Yeah, I'm happy to just move the item since we just approved opening elementary anyways.
That's what I'm saying. It's a no-brainer. Moved by Ms. Ranking.
Second.
Second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Yes.
I'll just, go ahead. Nope, go ahead. Sorry.
Nope. Mr. Hoover, you're...
No, I was just going to say thank you to the district for their hard work on this. Thanks to FCEA and CSCA for working with the district on this. Just very appreciative, and I think it's an important backstop in case we backslide for any reason, at least for our elementary kids. So thank you.
All right. Moved by Ms. Ranking, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Okay, looks like we get to adopt a resolution tonight. Item 11D, adopt resolution number 10082010, authorizing execution of delegate agency agreement with the Sacramento Employment and Training Agency. Superintendent.
Yes, this resolution will allow our adult school to initiate an EL workforce program that would help with our adult students that are refugees. It also helps with work-based planning and skills training.
Unless the board has questions, I'm happy to move it.
I have a quick question. Is this in collaboration with the Folsom Cordova Community Partnership?
Ms. Ranking, Ms. Crawford, do you want to confirm that? I believe it is.
Aye.
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, with that being said, I will have to abstain.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Ranking, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Board Member Clark.
Abstain.
Board Member Short.
Yay.
Board Member Reed. Board Member Reed, unmute.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Motion carries with 4 approving and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to touch that one. Okay, so we're at item 11E. Approve the time change of closed session of 5:15 for the October 22nd and November 5th, 2020 board meeting to accommodate budget study session from 4 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. Superintendent.
Yes, we've been talking about the board study sessions coming up. We've got 2 meetings on October 22nd and November 5th to revisit the work we've done around the budget and to see where we go from here before December 15th. So with your approval, we'll make those announcements and adjust the meetings accordingly, starting at 4 to 5:15 for the study sessions.
I don't think we need any board comments on that or questions. Are there any board comments or questions?
I'll move it.
Moved by Ms. Ranking.
Second.
Second by Mr. Short. Superintendent?
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
Aye.
Board Member Hoover.
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item 11F. Approve resolution number 10082011, emergency purchase and installation of HVAC systems. Superintendent.
Well, I think we've heard a lot about expediting timelines here, and I want to thank Mr. Washburn and his team. They've worked really hard, to make this happen as well. He did give me a revised figure of the estimated amount rather for the HVAC units for our 4 middle schools being more than the 3.1 million, it would be about 3.7 million. So with that being said, we would entertain any questions.
Yeah, I have one question, President.
Okay. Mr. Short.
As I brought up earlier, I just want to hear back from Matt about Senate Bill 841, the $600 million the governor is also throwing in a pot there. So if we can take advantage of that, be great. Just want to have him respond back to us next board meeting on that. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the board?
I'll move it.
Moved by Mr. Short.
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. Ranking. Superintendent.
Yes. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short,
Aye.
Board Member Reed,
Aye.
Board Member Hoover,
Aye.
Board Member Ranking.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. All right. I'm seeing the light. Item 12, reports to the Board of Education. Superintendent?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. The board had asked at previous meetings for attendance reports, and now that we have formalized attendance reporting for the month of September, I wanted to make sure the board received those reports last week that I sent out to you. And they're by site, they're by grade level span, but as a district, our average attendance rate for the month of September was 96.74%.
Awesome. Good deal.
And I also wanted to thank Ali Gallant, who did a remarkable job at this week's SAB meeting. It was her first meeting with her new group of elected student board reps from our middle schools and high schools, and she graciously let us be part of that meeting through the listening circle about distance learning. She did a fabulous job. She has a great team of leaders, and I asked if we might be able to lean on that student voice and amplify it through the process as we think about coming back now that we have a plan for coming back in hybrid. And she very much welcomed that. So if any of our board members are able to attend the future meetings, that would be wonderful as well.
Awesome.
And I also,
Final board.
go ahead.
I'm just cutting you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just lastly, I do want to sincerely thank our employees, our community, our students for the partnerships and collaboration through this whole process of navigating, a time of uncertainty that we have never seen before. And it's through that collaboration that we're able to take these steps forward. It's not without challenges, but there's opportunities, and there's also light at the end of the tunnel, as I heard tonight. And we'll continue to safely, progressively take these steps forward, but we can't do it without everybody working together. So sincere thanks to all.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent. Final comments from the board.
President,
Mr. Short.
I know it's late at night. I'll just make this a short. So I just want to thank everybody. Great deliberation. I'm really proud of the board is able to deliberate, have different opinions, but I want to thank staff. This is an amount of work. I know it's not done. It's a moving target, but I'm just so proud of this district, of what we're doing, and we're going to definitely strive, number one, to be safe, and that's paramount. And I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that everybody's going to be doing, and the future work we're going to be doing. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Board Member Ranking.
I will also compliment Ali on the meeting she hosted the other day. I thought she did a very efficient job. They got a lot covered. It was well run, and they have a good group. I want to thank our classified staff. They're like our essential workers out there going over and above. I'm excited for Folsom Hope. And I just want to reiterate that I really want to work in partnership with our teachers and our union to try to get everybody where they want to be when this is all worked out. I think we had a couple of board members make comments to that effect, that we're offering choices and we're going to try to accommodate their needs and requests. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do we have next? Any other board? Yeah, Mr. Reed.
President.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't word it any better than my colleagues, Mr. Short and Ms. Ranking, so I won't even try, but I echo their remarks. And all I would like to share with the board is at some point it might be worthwhile considering coming back to the Education Service Center. Put our foot in the water. Josh and I are lonely here, but I'm as same thing with the students and the teachers. it certainly should be by choice. I think we should always offer, for the foreseeable future, board members the ability to socially remote into the board meetings or be here in person. But it's a big room, and we certainly can socially stay distanced here with masks on. So that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Well, I appreciate you.
I also want to congratulate Folsom's Hope, or commend. I mean, they're doing some amazing work already, and I'm just so excited for their future in this district as we continue to get closer to this partnership with Theodore Judah and the community. So awesome news there. And I just want to thank the board for their deliberation tonight. Echo my colleagues, but this is so huge. You know, what we've done tonight, we are the first large district in Sacramento County to approve a timeline to return. We are leading on this issue, and I'm just can't say how proud I am of this district tonight to be, you know, the first one to help get our kids back into the classroom. And I do think other districts are going to be following very, very soon. And I'm excited to see that across the county. But thank you to the board, to the staff tonight for the plan you put together, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, and leaves it up to me. And so, you know, I want to thank our staff for the hard work that they put in, because none of this is easy, and none of the things that you guys have to put in, and the, you know, creating schedules, and now the task of getting surveys out and creating master schedules for our, you know, secondary schools and everything else. It's not easy, but you know, you guys do a phenomenal job. Tonight was a testament of what governance is, and you know, I just want to talk on it a little bit. You know, there was a chance to listen to presentations and ask questions, and you know, kind of deliberate and go back and forth, and you know, share our feelings, and honestly, our feelings are heartfelt. You know, we have the best interests of our kids at hand. We want them back in school. Sometimes we have a difference of opinion, and that is from the heart. You know, the things that we say, it comes from the heart, and not necessarily from the head. So I will say this right now to my colleagues on the board: I support you. I support your decision. I'm glad that our kiddos are getting back to school. Obviously, it gives me an opportunity now to go out and visit. So it's kind of a win-win for me. I'm glad that we came up with the decision. You know, even though I was on the short end of the stick, but charge it to my heart, not my head. But you know, we still have a lot of work to do. You know, I know that staff is going to work hard to make sure that the proper equipment and everything is installed in the classrooms, and that our teachers are taken care of, and to make sure that our kids get the robust education that they need now that they're back in class, and we won't have to worry about the social and emotional of them missing their friends and everything else like that. But word of caution: keep the mask on, maintain the social distance. We've got to follow the guidelines. Like I said, you know, when I heard about us possibly going into the orange tier by October, I got excited, because it's getting better. It's good news. And like I said, hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have a vaccine. Will we go back to a normal life? Probably not until maybe late 2021, early 2022. Just a guess. I don't know. But hey, we're making progress. We're moving forward. We have our kids in class. Just want everybody to stay safe. Be careful out there. If you do go out and socialize, make sure that we wear our mask. I wanted to touch really quick on the board meeting at the ESC. I missed that place. You know, I wouldn't mind coming back to conduct a meeting there. So, you know, let's make this thing happen. So with that being said, thank you all. Thank you to the board. I appreciate all of you. And like I said, good governance is the opportunity to debate and have your own opinion. But in the end, we support each other. I remain an optimist. Have a good evening. Good night.